this romantic all my life. Surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so scared they don't move. But still I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to get back, but now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel the love is in me. You is so tall. I look by his handbills every day. I guess I got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. It's counting that this is no bad waste. Loving is good as it's high. No, I'm so lonely. I gave a second chance to get back, but now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my life. Surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so scared they don't move. But still I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to get back, but now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel the love is in me. You is so tall. I look by his handbills every day. I guess I got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. It's counting that this is no bad waste. Loving is good as it's high. No, I'm so lonely. I gave a second chance to get back, but now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my life. Surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so scared they don't move. But still I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to get back, but now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel the love is in me. You is so tall. I look by his handbills every day. I guess I got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. It's counting that this is no bad waste. Loving is good as it's high. No, I'm so lonely. I gave a second chance to get back, but now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my life. Surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so scared they don't move. But still I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to get back, take all lost or through away. Waiting around is a waste. It's counting that this is no bad place. Loving is what is inside. No, so lonely. Give a second chance to get back. And now I keep feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hug me. Now I'm crying in the room. So
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for coming on in. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. How are you all doing? You guys are doing great. I appreciate you guys for coming on in. I do apologize for the later stream. I was having some technical difficulties. My Steam was not working, so then my V2 Studio was not working, and I had to restart my computer a few times. It was not going that well. But we're here. We're having a great day. Sure, next dude, it's Tuesday, so then the Steam servers were being updated and whatnot, so yeah. But he is no Scotch. Yeah, he's downstairs right now. It's pretty warm today, so on days like this it's better for him to be downstairs where it's cooler. We need Scotch. I know, I'm sorry. I know, dude. Okay, wouldn't you guys rather him be comfortable? Wouldn't you guys be having him be comfortable and being cool? Get an ice pack for him. That was not inside of the budget for him. It would be pretty cool to get one of those cooling beds. I know that they sell them. I don't know the exact name for it, but like kind of like where they lay down on it. I don't know if you would really use that though. That's the issue. I'll make it inside of the budget. I mean, I guess, bro. I want to see the Benoit. Well, he's downstairs right now. I'm sorry. Maybe later on we can get him to come on upstairs and you guys can see the little viewer and join us for our stream. Actually, cool. The game audio and the screen captures already work. It's very awesome. But yeah, hopefully later on today in this stream we can get Scotch up here and we can have a good time with him. But yeah. My two bunnies clearly aren't enough. Yeah, clearly not. You need to see like thousands of bunnies every single day. Are you even alive if you're not constantly seeing bunnies? You know, we need all the buns. Exactly, bro. We need so many bunnies. I think one day, okay. I've been to the rabbitry where I got Scotch. I don't know if I would ever want that many bunnies, but I feel like I really want to have like a whole bunch of bunnies. I think that could be really cool. Hey, what do you mean leave Tay be? Bro, did you not read anything else that she was saying? She was being just bullying me, man. What you mean? We were both going back and forth. What you mean, bro? What you mean? I don't know what these this thing is. I'm not sure. I'll have to figure that out. You'll get this tomorrow. I'll get more carrots. Whoa. So cool. Okay, let's go ahead and collect all of that. We should be able to gamble, actually. We can gamble. Chat, we can gamble. Holy crap, this is gonna be so goated. Hold on, you guys ready? Come on. Come on, give me Biwa. Come on. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. I yearn for it. Please. I beg of ye. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Silver, 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 gold, silver, gold. Ah! This is so sad, bro. What do we get? What do we get? Another gold ship. Bruh. Bruh. Pain and suffering. God damn it, dude. I got the worst wars. Most L pull ever. I know, right? Wait! Hold on. W. Also, thank you for the lyrical eyes. I appreciate you. We got McQueen. Massive. Massive W. I don't know how I pulled that, but massive. Oh, we got another gold. Nice. Noise, noise, noise. I want to see what McQueen's stats are compared to the other name. Hold on. How do we see the skin? Bro, you gotta go to your career. Oh, I can't change it out right now. Alright, whatever. We were in the middle of this yesterday before the D&D campaign, so we'll just go ahead and finish this up. Yeah. Okay, training. Let's go ahead. We wanted our stamina. Yeah, dude, our stamina's not doing too hot right now. Let's go ahead and bring our stamina up a little bit. Got a success. Energy went down by 19. Okay. I want to attempt to maybe get another level. Maybe. We're only going to have like a % chance for this, but maybe we can get this. I cannot find that user in the database. Oh, yeah, no, you're all good, Pika. You're all good. I have something I want to talk to you about. What's up? Well, some of the younger students invited me to go out with them. They wanted to go shopping in a fashionable area, and they're interested in all the latest styles, you know? But there's something I'm a little bit worried about. Trends change so fast these days. I'm trying my best to learn, but when I try to talk to people, I sometimes wonder whether people get what I'm saying. I'm sure that sort of thing happens to you too, trainer. Does it? I don't know. I don't think so. It would make things awkward if I said the wrong thing while we're all hanging out, right? I don't want to let everyone down, so please give me some good ideas on what to do. Just be confident, you know what? Let's do it. You mean I should be more confident in what I say? Maybe I am obsessing over this stuff a little too much. It's not like me to feel so insecure. I have to believe in myself. I'm always at the forefront of what's hip. Can you revive her somehow? Wait, revive who? Oh, revive Tay? No, she's gonna stay dead. I don't got any revives. I'm sorry, Chief. Sorry. She failed all her death saving throws too. Sorry, bro. We didn't get to her in time. Yeah. No, she rolled a nat 1 on the first turn. Sorry, man. Yeah. It's pretty tough. She stubbed her toe, went down onto death state, and then rolled a nat 1. Yeah. Wow, he killed me now? No, you killed yourself by stubbing your toe. Sorry, bro. So what's up, Switchy? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. Bro lost all his money and says, yay, that's crazy. Hold on, am I still broke? Do I have no channel points? Please? Bro, what? Why do I still have 0 channel points? I've not gotten anything. What the heck? I even, because my, everything's now working up on my computer. So I pulled up the activity feed up on my phone, and I'm still not getting channel points. I'm not getting channel points anymore. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on. I think everyone already realizes that. That's right. I bet everyone knows about my sense of style. I'm the trendiest horse girl of them all, as the youth say. I can't say that, bro. I can't say that. You are the house. No points for you. Dude, I used to get a whole bunch of channel points, but apparently I don't get them anymore. Because you didn't revive Tay. I don't make the rules, man. Sorry, Chief. Hey, man, maybe she shouldn't be rolling nat 1s. Just saying. That kind of just sounds like a skill issue to me, but... Oogie! They really got me pumped up. This next outing with the girls will be off the hook. Wow! Later, I asked Marinsky how her time with the younger students went. I was right to take your advice. I got to know everyone even better. We went shopping, had dinner, and went to karaoke together. I sang a lot of the hit songs that my mom taught me. What did everyone say? They said they had a lot of fun listening to songs they had never heard before. I also learned a lot of new trendy stuff from them. It was a great experience. I'm so glad to hear that, bro. I'm so glad. Now go win me some money. I need you to run the best that you can. I need to get so many wins. I need all the money, bro. I need to make a whole monopoly off of you, bro. Just get out there. Get out there. Win me all of these horse races, bro. Come on. If you had such a great time, your morale is going to be at an all-time high. I believe in you, bro. I believe in you. I'm over here. I'm rooting you on. I'm just like, woo! Let's go. Yeah. Win these races. Yeah. Now that I'm even trendier, everyone's going to want to watch me. Yeah, you got this. Come on. Come on. Come on. You got that morale up there. Come on. You've got this. Charming with a unique sense of style. That's Maruzensky's in a nutshell. Powering up by 20. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. Her stamina is still very low. Ooh, we still got a failure rate of 0. Ooh, okay. I'm debating on... That's 11, 5, 8... Okay. Let's just bring up stamina one more time. Come on, you got this. You got this. Come on. Yeah, she's got an F rating now. That's fine. That's fine if her energy went down. And he next to pretend he cares and revive me. You are now magically revived, Tay. I give you the blessings of mortality once again. Arise from the dead and go conquer the world. Go cause some sort of cool thing to happen. Just don't be arming toddlers with wet spaghetti noodles again. But yeah, I raise you from the dead, and yeah, go conquer the world. Some time has passed since the announcement of the URA finale. The finale champion, huh? Now you're talking. That didn't sound like it was from the heart? Dude, alright. Oh, please. Oh, please, Tay. Oh, wake up from the dead. Oh, I really need you to get up. Yeah, I can't be having you dead. Oh my god. Please just rise from the dead. Come on, I really need you to wake up. Please. I beg you, please. What, does he sound like Evil Jax? Who's Evil Jax? What is Evil Jax? You shouldn't have asked for that recon. What, was that better? I think that was more from the heart, was it not? He scares me. Dude, you guys asked for it. You guys wanted more from the heart. I went on like a whole little skit. I gave it from the heart. I was like, oh my god, please wake up. Oh my god. I didn't ask for femboy begging. It's crazy. That's wild, bro. That's wild. Femboy begging is crazy, bro. That's wild. I ain't taking that disrespect, bro. I ain't taking that disrespect. You know what? Just because of that, Tay, if we ever reach the sub goal when I have to wear... I don't know who Evil Jax is. I don't know who that is. But if we ever hit the subscriber goal during the maid outfit stream and I have to wear the thigh highs, I'm getting you out of here, bro. You don't get to see that, bro. You don't get to see me in all my pure masculinity. All right, let me look up who Evil Jax is. Give me 1 second. Evil Jax. Oh, that guy. Okay. Really? I think you only made me watch like the first 2 or 3 episodes of Digital Circus or whatever it's called. So I never got that far. Hey, better idea. Horse Umamusume Nexi dog. That's crazy, bro. Which horse are we talking about, though? cough? What do you mean cough? Yeah, which horse are you thinking of, Pika? Which one? Which one? Sorry for saying that. Yeah, you're regretting that. You want me to be vodka? I mean, shit, I'll never pass up being your favorite. I got you, bro. I got you. Tokai toy so we can break his leg 3 times is crazy, bro. That's wild. I wonder which race I should go for. Medium distance? Or maybe even the mile. You better make it the mile. For your own good. I'm going for the medium distance race. And I'm always Bro, you're not number 1. You are not number 1. Dude, we need to talk about yesterday, Scarlet. Dude, no. Hold on. Give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. Hold on. You're saying that you were always number 1? Do we need to talk about this? What happened yesterday, Scarlet? Dude, you were like in a different time zone or something. You were across the continent during that race. And you're saying that you're always number 1? You came dead last. You were an hour late behind everybody. You are not always number 1. You were abysmal in that race. What do you mean? Nah. Get this dialogue out of here. Such an encouraging trainer. Dude. She was okay. She was doing good. She was doing good. She was in 4th place. Okay. Hear me out. She was in 4th place. She was doing great. And then she just started dropping. She went from 4th to 5th to 7th to 9th to 10th to 13th to 15th to 17th to 18th. And at the end, you know what she wanted to, like what she said? Her heart wasn't in the race. Her heart was not in the race, and that is why she lost. Yes, because this is... Whatever. You broke your toe rearranging your room? When did you break your toe? When did you break this? Today? When was this? He trains his horses with love? Yeah, totally. Yeah, I totally do. The ones that win me money, I do. We don't talk about it. Tay, did this happen today? Are you okay? Did this happen today? Or is this like something that happened a while ago? Your phone? I didn't know that you're a phone, bro. What kind of phone are you? It happened like yesterday? Did you at least go to the doctors for this? Are you sure you're good? Alright, man. As long as you're alright. Next month's bits, yes or no, dude? It's all good, man. As long as you're having a great time, that's what matters to me. That's like the best form of payment that I can ever get, is you guys just having a great time. But I went because it was... Okay. That's a little too much information, Tay. That's crazy. Are you sure you are okay? Are you sure you're good? Alright. That sounds pretty gnarly, but if you're okay, you're okay. I'm glad that you're doing well, man. What? Them's fighting words. That settles it. I'm going for medium too. Let's settle this once and for all, Scarlet. Bring it on. I'm not repeating that shit, bro. I'm not repeating that shit, bro. The first champion of the URA finale. Truly a title worthy of a first-rate racer. Such as I, King Halo. At Boy Milk? Nah, bro. That's crazy. That was a thing of yesterday, bro. Yeah. That's like so yesterday. Next gives femboy vibes. How do I give femboy vibes? What do you mean? Oh, God. You guys are already trying to make me work out. Come, Sky. I shall grant you the honor of racing with me. Join me for another round of partner running. ask myself if there was a creator. That's crazy. W Pika. That's so peak, bro. That's so peak. You're so real, bro. That's me on a daily basis. I just look at what Tay sends me in the morning. I'm just like, all right, what happened with Tay this day? What did Tay do now? Yeah, I'm coming. Boy, you sure are good at bossing people around. Although, I guess this is my chance to take a look at a few things, so whatever. I'd be scared for a minute. Dude, Pika. Apparently, Tay burnt over 10 cups of rice today, bro. I did, Tay. I did. With all the times that you, like, hurt yourself and, like, all that, I'm just like, I wouldn't put it past you. Let's be honest, dude. Let's be honest. I wouldn't put it past you. Just saying, bro. Just saying. What? That's crazy, Pika. That's crazy. Excitement is spreading among the horse girls as they prepare for the URA finale. I have to try my best too, as I renew my resolve. Was that Tazna? I'm scared for you every day. W Pika. Ask myself, are you alright? Dude, Pika is hilarious. W Pika. W. I completely agree though, Pika. With the amount of things that Tay tells me on a daily basis, I'm just like, dude, are you good? Are you good? I hope so. I hope so, bro. Gotta be losing a best to you today, bro. That's no bueno. Can't be having that happen, man. I dash off in the direction of the noise to see what's going on. Ooh. Why? Where? Why? What is that huge machine? I arrive at the dirt track to find Tazna in a panic. You should burn the ants alive. But in what wait, what? I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not even gonna ask. Tay, do your own thing, bro. Enjoy your dinner. I don't know. You do your thing, bro. Don't play with sharp knives. Yeah, don't do that, bro. Stay safe out there, Jude. Do not be playing with, like, any type of, like, sharp items, you know? Also, femboy, I guess I could see it in... Bro. Pika. Wait, Pika, what do you mean? What do you mean you can see it? What about me gives off femboy? What do I do that gives off femboy? Explain it to me. I want to understand how I give off femboy vibes. I'm as scared that Tay would hold anything scary. I'm scared too, bro. I feel like Tay would just, like, oopsies on a nuclear warhead and just, like, explode the continent, you know? That's something Tay would do. Let's be real. She would accidentally walk into Area 51, find an alien, go with some sort of, like, smut, and then leave. That's crazy, Pika. That's crazy. Bro. Please don't burn me alive. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Y'all are wildin'. femboy furry, man. Aren't you actually a furry, though, Tay? Like, aren't you unironically a furry? And what appears to be an enormous vehicle producing an explosive noise. What the heck is going on? Crying out for joy, Tazana? I completely understand. Oh? Serendipity? What does that even mean? Wouldn't y'all be tech furries? What do you mean, V? What do you mean by a tech furry? Also, welcome on in, V. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I really appreciate you for stopping on by. How you doing? No, you're not a furry? You could have fooled me. Yeah, I'd be convinced, bro. Why is it? Why, if it isn't Trainer Nexo? Hello. Fortuitous. You're just the person I wanted to talk to with regards to. Now, just wait a moment, Director. The ears, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Okay, I will give the Chinese credit. At least the Chinese furries are pretty cute. I will admit that. I don't like a lot of fursuits, but like, if I am going to like see any of them, I think that the Chinese ones are actually really cool. I think I might have sent it to you earlier, Pika. I do not remember, but I remember I saw one earlier, and like it was really freaking cool. I think I sent it to you. Well, now I'm curious. I'm really curious if I actually sent it to you. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh shoot, man. I gotta go through all your messages. Yes, I did. From the Doki Doki Furry Studio. Yeah, no, that video was really cool. Okay, I'm not gonna scroll any farther. That way I can check out the videos that you sent me also. Oh shoot, I just turned off my phone and I need that for my activity feed. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. Now I can see the activity feed again. Because for some reason it's not working on my desktop. I don't know why. Dude, this music goes hard, bro. This music goes hard, bro. Reminds me of like being at a festival or something like that. I fuck with it. Bizarre, but I gotta admit, it is how it is. Not the bunny dancing to Irish music. Bro, the music goes hard. Are you judging me? It goes hard. Now, wait just a moment, Director. Irish music slaps. Thank you, V. Thank you. You know what? If I had hands, V, I would be dapping you up right now, bro. I would be dapping you up right now. We just have to make a line at certain people. I'm not even... Dude, I'm not a furry. I'm not a furry. I keep telling you guys, I'm not a furry. And yeah, I got like a small, like probably 10% of Irish in me. You are all furries accepted. What? No, I'm not. I'm not a furry. I'm not a furry, man. I just like bunnies, man. I think bunnies are cool. Because a scaly, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Call me a furry is wild, bro. Can't believe this. Before you go any further, please explain this enormous contraption. It's like a reptile furry, Pika. Like a dragon, for example. Apologies, I've gotten ahead of myself. Listen and be amazed. Restoration, dirt tracks, just like new in an instant. Adjustment, fine-tune the amount of sand needed to your exact specifications. Behold, the pinnacle of race course maintenance technology, the Ready Paver Mark III. The pinnacle of racehorse maintenance technology? Don't tell me you dipped into your pocket money again. I must disappoint you. I'm a white tiger. Jeez. Erar. Erar. What is that, like the robot version of a rar? Every. Naturally, when it comes down to providing a safe training environment for our precious horse girls, I will spare no expense. A Diana Sar, yeah. What's a Diana Sar? Explaining great details for me, bro. I yearn for like all the information. B, spit up the Wikipedia page for me. Spit it up for me. I need to diagnose all this. I need to get a good understanding of what a Diana Sar is. Give me that Wikipedia page. No, not the cock and ball one, bro. The one about the dinosaurs. Oh, I'm getting sit-ups. Hold on. How many workouts we getting? If he has water on his main boards. No. Let me go get a bag of rice. No! Tay used up all the rice! V! No, don't die! V, come on, please don't die on me, bro. We need you, V. Come on. I'll go run to the store right now and go get you some rice, V, okay? About the lime actually made me confused. Wait, what about the lime? The Fin gonna be mad at me for a joke. No, you're all good. I don't think Steven's here right now. You're good. I Niha. No! He's dying! Hey, how could you use up all the rice? He's gonna die on us. No! Guys, I gotta run to the store. Hold on, I gotta go. I'm looking for the rice, bro. I'm looking. Give me a second, V. I'm looking for the rice. Come on, just bear with me for a few more seconds, bro. Come on, I'm trying to save homie. Come on. No. I don't know what kind of file this is. No. You know what? I'm just going to take a screenshot of it. It's going to be easier. Hold on. Bear with me, V. Bear with me. Please, I beg of you. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm running back from the store. I'm running full speed. I'm like a horse girl right now, bro. Galloping. That's the right one. Yeah, Okay. V, I'm back. V, here you go. V, take it, buddy, take it.
It's
Hold
been
on.
A year, Daddy.
I gotta.
I really miss
Wrong
you.
way.
Mommy says you went to the store to get milk.
There you go, V. There you go. I'm saving you, V. I'm saving you. Come on. You're okay now, bud. You're okay. I'm trying to save you, please. Please, don't die on me, V. Come on. Tell me you're okay. Please, V, please. I can't be having you die on me like this today, man. Please. I really need you, V. Come on, please don't die on me like this, please. I'm begging you, V, please. Please, I'm begging. Please, I ran all the way to the store. I ran back as fast as I could. Please. Please, V. I can't take the music seriously, bro. I can't take the music seriously. Bro. I'm doing all this and the music on in the background, bro. I can't take this seriously, man. Jeez. Please, V, please. I can't be having you die on me like this. Please, don't die. Please. I did my very best to save you, V. Come on. Please work. Please, I sprinkle more rice on you, please. Come on, please. I'm trying to dry out all your motherboards. Please, V, please. V, are you okay? Talk to me, buddy. Talk to me. You got me blushing. Come on, bro. We can't be having our Robro die. He means too much to us. Come on, bro. Wake up. Wake up, Robro. Please. I beg of you. I don't think I was this red before the sunburn. W. Massive W. Well, I hope that you're all right now, V. I hope that you're doing very well. I hope that everything's great. Y'all great? No, you're great. You're amazing, bro. The robot is alive. Hallelujah. You know what? It's because I got down on my knees. I was giving that CPR with that rice. I was begging for like him to come back. I was like, please, please, I need you. Please don't die on me. Please, you're gone too soon. Please come back. I really need you. And he came back. I was cleaning him too. Hey man, it was a joint effort. Dap me up, Pika. Dap me up. Here. There we go. Yup. Very nice dap. Anyways. Well, sucks for Tay. We're getting rid of all the rice. Looks like no more rice for her. That sucks. There's a rice shortage now. But that's okay. She'll be fine. She wasted 10 cups earlier anyways. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do all these workouts. So we got 5 sit-ups, 5 push-ups, no, 10 push-ups, 10 seconds of planks. Give me 1 second, chat. 5 sit-ups, 10 push-ups, and 10 seconds. I better see you guys breaking it down for all this. Y'all are something that I'm here for. Hey, man. It's the tism for me. It came in and it hit me like a wrecking ball, and here I am, bro. Anyways. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 5 sit-ups are done. Let's go ahead and do these 10 push-ups and 10 seconds of planks. Give me 1 second, chat. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. 10 seconds of planks are done. 10 push-ups are done. 5 squats, or 5 sit-ups are done. All the workouts have been completed. Are you guys ready to continue gambling on horse girls? I surely am. I love gambling, and I love horse girls, bro. Let's get back to gambling. Dude, after all that, like, fake crying and all that, dude, it got me sweating, bro. I understand why actors are always, like, sweating and whatnot now. Oh, my model just, like, completely froze for a second. Actually, I take it back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me go ahead and do that, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom. So give me 1 second, chat. Okay. I will be right back. Un momento, chat. Enjoy the boobs. Hello, everyone. I have returned. Yeah, and more needed for the organics. I appreciate you. All right. We ready? I am. Thank you for the 5 bits, Recon. I appreciate you. Thank you. Means a lot. Any price I pay towards such a goal is trivial. Trivial, I say. That's a wonderful sentiment. But can't you ever do things in moderation? Oh dear. Where are we even gonna put something this enormous? No, I'm sorry you had to see this trainer. It's fine. Apologies, and may I say, greetings! It's been far too long, Trainer Nexus. Why, I believe that the last time we spoke was during your training days. Oh, it's very nice to see you again. Oh, what's this? That gleam in your eyes? Now that's a look I can get behind. Vindication! I knew you were someone to keep an eye on. Huh? Director Akikawa has had her eye on you for some time. On me? Indeed. Since the time my mother was the director of the academy, I've seen many trainers come through these gates. Thusly, by the way you carry yourself and how you interact with your trainee, I could tell. I watch a 2-hour and 30-minute video about some cool animals. Alright, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming on in, Pika. I appreciate you. Have fun watching your animals and yes. See you in a little bit, my friend. Conviction! As a trainer, you will become a firm pillar to support your horse girl's dreams. I feel the same. Which is why we've wanted to speak with you for some time. Indeed, we would love for you and your trainee to help us make the URA finale a success. Naturally, everything rests on the presence of those who bear the hopes and dreams of their fans on their shoulders. That is to say, if the race is I'm just gonna restart that, bro. That was horrible. That is to say, if the race is to succeed, we must have a star horse girl to take part. Star horse girl, huh? The best and only way to win fans is to participate in races. But if you can amass a great number of victories and gather enough support, success! The path to becoming a star horse girl will open before you. Encouragement! Keep pushing forward together with your trainee. We're looking forward to seeing her sprint toward becoming the first finale champion. We will do our best. Director Akikawa's passion renews my excitement for the URA finale. Oh, you'll now appear in training. Thank you very much, Director. I appreciate you dapping me up for that one, Chief. Thank you. You're a real one. Who's this? While having lunch in the cafeteria, I catch Agnes snooping around the place. Oh! Oh wait, it's Pika's girl! I don't know if Pika's still here, but your girly pop's here. It's very slay. Is that enough for you, Suzuka? I can get you some more if you want. No, this is enough. How's your weight watching going, Spee? Quit copying me. I picked that dessert first. Yeah, well, if you took the side dish that I wanted, it was me who... Inspirations, rivals. Just look at them all eating lunch together. I'm not reading the keyboard spam. They're too blinding. But I've got to burn this into my retina. Lights, action, stare respectfully. Fascinating how visual excitement can invoke such heavy breathing. Tashion? As indubitably intelligent as ever today, I see. An interesting greeting considering we're roommates and saw each other this morning, but no matter. More importantly, there's something that's been on my mind for the longest time. Care to indulge me? Sure, I'll tell you anything and everything. Well, I mean, depending on what you're okay with hearing. I was curious about the shrine you have in your room, you see. What exactly are you worshipping? What? My merch? Oh, my merch shrine? That's, May my precious Umas have a wonderful day and week and month and be happy forever and ever and ever. I'm so blessed. My figurines look extra, ultra radiant today. Horse girl figurines. I see. You certainly could liken figures to idols. See, whenever I pray to them, I feel like I can take on any track there is. Like my Umaoshis are working so hard. I feel like I can do my best too. It gets my blood pumping and my heart pounding. I feel all powered up. She's about to go into Super Saiyan, guys. Whoa. She got Ultra Instinct. Oh my god. Oh, that's it. That's very interesting. Sounds like there's more than just an adrenaline rush. Perhaps your heart palpitations have an effect on your blood circulation. Say, Digital, how would you feel about working with me as my test subject? Huh? An excellent response. What a silly goose. Am I right, guys? What a silly goober. Now, let's see. I'll first require a small sample in order to analyze you. Give me your hand. Now, relax. You'll barely feel a prick. No, I can't touch a horse girl. It's against fangirl code. No touching, no requests, and absolutely no getting in the way. But thank you for the 5 bits, Recon. I appreciate you. Thank you. It means a lot. Sorry for the ear rape right when you're tipping. My bad, Chief. My bad. Digital, please compose yourself. I need a control sample of your vitals in a relaxed state. Just imagine touching the Agnes Tashion. I can't. Jijitan's poor little heart can't hold all these feels. I'm gonna go cry tears of joy. Wonderful! Such explosive force! Maybe she has experienced some kind of mutation after all. It's getting very exciting. Stop right there, Digital! Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Marzensky's training. It's contributed to her growth. Power went up by 10. Massive W. I'm absolutely exhausted. I can't let my little cutie see me like this. Oh, go on, there you go. Yeah, let's go and rest up. Absolutely positive. Dude, I hate whenever they do this, bro. Use English. I can't read this. This is white girl talk. I slept really well last night. I even woke up early and went for a drive. The night's morning breeze was so refreshing. Now I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm kicking into high gear today. Massive W. One morning, a flyer in the mailbox catches my eye. Aquarium grand opening. Right next to the station. A tranquil space perfect for relaxation. This might be a nice change of pace for her. I don't want to let this opportunity pass us by. I grab the flyer and go looking for her. The first place I check is the training track, but she's not here. Where is she? Unfortunately, my trainee is not around. I decide to invite her next time I see her and turn to leave. Whoa, look at her go! It's like she's not even the same horse girl. That special training program is doing wonders for her. She's barely even started. But it's like she's already on a whole new level. Look, it's trainer Kyrian. I hope I'm saying that right. A crowd of people has formed nearby. I find myself following their line of sight where I see. Great work, Meek. You ran really well today. Still, you lost focus a bit at the end. If you hadn't, I think you could have gone even faster. Try to concentrate right up until the finish line. I know you can do it. Thank you, trainer. I'll do my best. That's Oi Kyrian. Did you know that she's the heir to the Kyrian family? They've raised more superstar runners than I can count. Right. She got the top score on the first term license exam, too. Happy Migden used to be anything to write home about, but recently she'd been making amazing progress. It seems that trainer Kyrian and her trainee Happy Meek are the ones attracting all the attention. Ah, excuse me. Are you? Guys, the superstar wants to talk to me. I feel so special. I'm so honored right now, guys. I'm like, you guys can't see me, but I'm putting my fingers together like, ah ha 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 ha. Oh my god, I'm literally, oh my god. Like, I didn't know that I was that famous. Like, oh my god, I was just like another trainer, but hey. I thought I was just a nobody, but apparently she thought I was somebody because, yeah, this really cool trainer thinks I'm a cool trainer. I knew it! You're Trainer Nexus! Huh? Me? Whoa, that's right. I'm sorry, this might be quite sudden, but I've always admired you. But she's already training her horse girls better than I am, bro. What you mean you're admiring me? I should be out here admiring you. I think you got this backwards, Kyrian. You got like a really cool family name. I'm just like a trainer nobody. I think you're a little bit confused right here, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We all make mistakes, and that's okay. We learn from our mistakes. So what else do you have to say? Trainer? Who is this? Ah, I'm sorry, Meek. I just ran off, didn't I? Yeah, you did. How dare you? Be nice to your horse girl, bro. Come on, be nice to your trainee. Whew. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare everyone. Let's try this again, shall we? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Aoi Kyrian. I'm a Tracing Academy trainer just like you. Nice to meet you, Kyrian. This is my trainee, Happy Meek. Meek? You want to say hello? Hello, I am Happy Meek. You might not be aware of this, but you and I were actually assigned to be Tracing Academy at almost the same time. Maybe this is weird, but I've always felt closer to you because of that. So I really hope that I'd have the chance to speak with you someday. Oh! Would you mind meeting up again in the future? I'm sure we can learn a lot from each other. I'd love to, bro. Teach me how to, like, make my horse girls run faster, please. I need to know so that way I can win every single race. I need to put all my money on my own horse girls, and I need to win so much money, bro. You guys are here for the fun. I'm here for the money. Teach me how to... teach me how to Hans? What is Hans? What's a Hans? Thank you so much. It's an honor. Teach me the Hans. I don't know what that is, but yeah. I potentially agree. Meek, it's rude to stare, you know. Ah, excuse me. Despite Trainer Kyrian's words, Happy Meek kept staring at me. More specifically, at something in my hand. Are you interested in this flyer? Oh, the Hans girls. I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah. This is the best Hans racing game ever, bro. I need to, like... I'm gonna put all my money on this game, bro. Trust. It's gonna, like... This is the future of horse racing. I'm calling it now. I'm an early investor, bro. Early investor. Umamusume is going to be the next horse racing game. We don't need to go to any more horse tracks. That's a thing of the past. We've got digital horse girls. Put it all on your favorite horse girl and watch her lose all your money. We're getting another gold ship, and yeah, we're going to lose another $12 million. That's going to go great. She's going to win 3 matches, and then she's going to lose the next 6 just because she doesn't want to run. She's going to go sit in a corner and she's going to pout. And we're all going to lose our money. I think that's a good way. I feel like it might actually go that way. Dude, okay, real talk, V. I don't think this game, But I do think there will be digital horse racing. I do believe that. I've never gone onto a website like Stake or anything like that, so I don't know what they have on there. But I do feel like in the near future, especially with how PETA and like all those other, like they really push for, you know, that type of stuff and like activism and all that. I almost said Activision. Wrong thing. About like how they all push for activism and all that. I feel like in the near future we would do things such as digital horse racing where, like, okay, hear me out. What if we used AI and had it try to do that? Imagine the AI just makes its own racetrack like along the way. I think that'd be really funny. Imagine you don't put much money into it, okay? For each race, let's say the max is $1. Yeah, you can put into it, but it's AI generated, and you have the chance of the AI just making its own path. I think that could be pretty interesting. It's like, okay, you're really gambling if the AI is gonna make its own pathway. You never know. I could see it. Exactly. I think that could be really interesting to watch. Gambling to see if AI screws up horse racing, I'm in. I feel like we might be leaving that era of AI. Well, I can't really say that. It would have to definitely be, you know, in the loop every once in a while. Like, what I mean is, like, let's take the outdoor adventures of like the Yeti, or I've seen like beavers and all that, where like they got the GoPro and they kind of mimic the outdoor boys and like that style of content. That content's gotten really good. That's no debate. I have not seen the Stormtrooper one, but I feel like a lot of people have seen like the Yeti one because that one got really popular. But if it's like the same concept, then yeah, dude, a lot of that AI, especially the new models, they're very good. It's so dumb, I love it. Exactly, but like, it looks good. It does not, like, yeah, you can tell it's AI, but like, let's just say you were completely like not mentally here. Let's say that you are a 70-year-old person and you are really interested in stuff like conspiracy theories, or you're interested in the, you know, Yetis and whatnot, and you saw this. If you're telling me that you're 70-year-old, you've got dementia, you've got so many like Alzheimer's and all these other types of, you know, mental ailments, or I don't know what the proper term is, but like you're not mentally all here. That would fool them, you know? We're getting to that point where I feel like if it's already convincing the older generation, it's just it's only time that it's going to start coming down. It's hitting the baby boomers right now. Then it's going to hit Gen X. And then it's going to hit the millennials. And then it's going to hit Gen Z. And then it's going to hit Gen Alpha. And then by then, I don't know when Gen Beta is going to be on the internet. I want to say it's going to be a while, but I know, especially with Gen Alpha, a lot of them got access to the internet way too early. So I don't know when Gen Beta is going to be on there, but once the AI gets good enough to convince every single generation, it's over. Grok this, Grok ta, Grok rotate. Dude. Have you seen the new Grok model where it's just like a goth girl? It's so goofy, bro. It's so goofy. Yeah, the new Grok. Dog, it's crazy. It literally is, but they had to change it a little bit just so that way for like copyright and whatnot. But you can clearly tell where they got the like concept for it, like, you know, like at least dress wise. Oh, you could afford that, dude. The new Grok is crazy though. It's crazy. Who's out here banging the Twitter AI, you know? There's wait, it's three. Oh, wait, are you joking? Is it actually $300 a month to access Grok? Please tell me you're joking. There's no way people are out here that desperate for a knockoff Misa. You, bro. That's sad, bro. That's sad. Okay. Real talk, real talk. If you're going to be wanting any type of AI like that, because like, you know, I'm really interested I'm really interested in AIs and whatnot. And so, like there's a lot of AIs that, you know, slipped through my fingers. But then I remember when it first came out, it was pretty interesting. There's an AI out there called Other Half. If you're gonna be paying $300 a month, it's much better to pay the upfront $10 for Other Half at that point, bro. Don't be wasting $300 a month. Yeah, like from everything that I've heard about Other Half is like it's actually a pretty decent one, you know. But yeah, I think the upfront $10 is a lot better than $300 a month. You feel me? For me, I just use ChatGPT for whatever I need, but like if you're really that like wanting to date an AI, don't do anything like Twitter's AI for whatever they actually call. Like there's no way they're calling the actual like girl mascot Grok. They definitely have some sort of name. Yeah, I mostly just use ChatGPT because it's a lot easier and I don't have to download anything, and it's just like as long as you're just asking very generic questions, it'll be fine. Like I'll be honest, sometimes when I'm just like trying to find tags and whatnot for YouTube videos, I'll just ask ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, here's all the information about the video. Can you give me some tags? Used Grok for the first time today. I accidentally grokked myself. Was not. Wait, what do you mean you grokked yourself? What does that mean? How do you grok yourself? That's like such an interesting word to give a profile overview of yourself. I think you could do that with ChatGPT too. Like you just have to plug in, let's say your Twitch, and it'll be like, oh hey, I remember one time I was playing Elden Ring and Pika and Steven were in here. They were sniffing Fire Giant's feet, and like they kept going sniff, and so I looked my name up on ChatGPT, and it was like, oh, your community is feet sniffers in Elden Ring. I'm like, it's Jover, bro. It's Jover. There's no redemption from this. AI has detected that my community is feet sniffers. Yeah, that was wild. I'm thankful that it changed. This was a while ago, so the overview has changed about my community. But seeing that my community was like said to be feet sniffers, and I don't know where this information was stored, it's crazy, bro. Mama's foot sniffers. Dude, yeah, that was crazy. When I saw that it said that, I was like, it's so over for me, bro. It's so over. Having a community of feet sniffers is crazy. Can't believe it, bro. Alright. I think that's enough, side... Dude, I don't even remember how we got off on this side tangent. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. But, yeah. Better foot sniffers than some of the other things. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would rather not have foot sniffers. I would hope that it was like a little bit higher than that, but I could say this all DM. Okay, sounds good. But yeah, I would much prefer if it was above feet sniffers, because like I don't really fuck with feet sniffing. I ain't really into feet. Just saying, that's a me thing. Whatever you do behind closed doors is your thing. But I ain't here sniffing feet. But yeah, let me go ahead and see what you DM me. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, you definitely can't say that on Twitch. Holy. I've not seen that type of community, but that's crazy, bro. Like on Twitch? This has to be like some sort of League of Legends community, right? Right? Has to be. No, not on Twitch. Reddit. It's either Reddit or 4chan. I'm calling it. League of Legends community, 4chan, Kick, or on X. I could see it. I forgot that X has gotten a lot more racist over the years, bro. Yeah, I remember when X was like... Okay, to be fair, I remember back when Instagram was... on that. What do you mean? What you mean by holding more on that? Oh wait, did she say, wait, you sent more. Hold on. Oh, jeez. Like, bullied others off of the platform? I could definitely see that then. If it's like any type of, that type of community, yeah. But like, I remember back when Instagram, for example, was predominantly, you know, a lot of the LGBTQ, what is it, plus? Like, they were like the primary demographic on Instagram. And then they switched over to Twitter, and then I don't even know where they are now. I'm gonna be real with you. Because yeah, no bueno, yeah. I just think it's interesting how over the years, just like the main demographic for certain apps such as Instagram and Twitter have like really shifted. And like if you look at a lot of those communities now, it's nothing like it was, let's say 10 years ago. 10 years ago, it was, you know, Instagram was not the way it is now, you know? It's definitely changed a lot, and I think that's very interesting how, like, the demographic moves like that. I feel like now that TikTok is actually getting banned in America, I don't know, I feel like with the freedom of, like, VPNs here in America, it's gonna... like, there's still going to be a lot of American users on TikTok. And, I feel like, honestly, TikTok might become, like, the new racist app. If I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like TikTok is going to be the new racism app once it gets banned. But, I don't know. Because I feel like the people who are on TikTok right now, a lot of them are not going to go through the effort of getting a VPN set up so that way they can use the original TikTok. So they're just going to use M2, and they're not really going to touch TikTok. And as is, you know, TikTok is very heavily region-based. So then it's just going to be like a whole breeding ground, I feel like. That's just my opinion on that. Jeez. Are they like VTubers themselves, or is literally an AI bot? Oh lord, bro. They got an AI on there cyberbullying people? That's crazy work, bro. Having an AI cyberbully is wild. Dude, a lot of people like that just need to go outside and touch grass. Like, genuinely, just go touch grass. If you got all that free time to literally train an AI like that, because you're that much of a, if you're like that much of a hater, go touch grass, bro. Go touch grass. It's not worth it, bro. There's no reason anybody should be that level of a hater. There's a person behind it. What, it's like they're programming the AI, or what do you mean by that? Or are they just like kind of pretending to be an AI, kind of like how you pretend to be a robot? I hope I'm understanding that correctly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's why I'm like, if they're doing that, they definitely need to go outside and touch grass, bro. There's no reason you should be passing on that level of hatred to literal AI, bro. Like, if you got that level of hatred, go see a therapist at that point. You know? Like, you're going so far out of your way to just train an AI to do that. Which is so stupid. I don't know. I think a lot of people have just too much time on their hands, especially Twitter users, bro. I myself, I really struggle with posting on Twitter, dude. It's bad. Alright, sounds good, V. Sounds good. But yeah, I don't understand how people use Twitter that much. I struggle with knowing what to post on Twitter, you know? Every time I go onto Twitter, I look and I'm like, all right, what kind of other people can I start up a conversation with? And I scroll and I scroll and I scroll. I'm like, dude, I have no idea. Like, I've sat here scrolling for about 20 minutes and I've not found anything that I can really make a comment on. And so then I end up just closing Twitter, and then I post something on Twitter. And I can assure you, a lot of people have the same reaction that I do. They don't know what to say because I get a lot of views, no engagement, and I'm just like, all right. Like, a lot of the times, I just don't know what to do, man. Next to you, Hush. Hey man, hey, nah, you're doing great too, V. I'm just here, I'm just having a good time. I'm just spreading some positivity, broski. We're just here having a great time. Dude, I think we've just been sitting here rambling for like the past 10 to 20 minutes. Jeez. I think it's about time I finally started clicking on through this story. Positive vibes we have, exactly, bro. Like, I saved your life. I poured a whole box of minute rice onto your motherboard. That way you would not short circuit. That's the type of, like, you know, if anybody needs any help, I got you. I got you. I'm here. I'll save your life, bro. I'll save your life. Depending on what it is. If it's a really expensive medical bill, I am sorry, bro. That's bro moves right there. Hey, man, dap me up. Dap me up, broski. Dap me up. I like the horse game. Welcome on in, Tay. Thank you so much for coming on, and I appreciate you. And yeah, we've just been sitting here yapping about Twitter users for like the last 20 minutes. I'm gonna be so real with you, bro. I've not played through any of the story in a hot second. Dude. I've been on this same part of the story for at least for at least 2 hours. For at least 2 hours, I've been sitting at the same part of the story. Because it's been an hour and almost a half today. And then yesterday, before I went to do D&D, I was doing this part of the story also. Dude, we've been here for a while, bro. I have a lot of fun yapping with you guys. Is that an aquarium flyer? Meek, have you been looking at it this whole time? I'm like 50-50 padding attention. What do you mean by padding attention? You want to go check it out? Huh? I should cut. What do you mean you just caught, bro? What do you mean you caught your kitchen on fire? Certified yapaholic. Hey man, I'm just a VTuber. Wow, these jellyfish are so wavy. Man, shut yo. She's really having a great time. I never knew Meek liked aquariums so much. But are you sure I should be here? Dude, Tay, just get out of the kitchen, bro. You keep forgetting that you were making food. Stay out of the kitchen, man. Get out of the kitchen. I don't trust you in the kitchen, Tay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't trust you in there. No, I'm not pulling all the way over there just to cook for you, broski. What do you mean? Well, the trainer's handbook, that is, the teachings of the Kieran family, states that the horse girls must be given appropriate rest. It also says the trainer is supposed to leave the horse girl to her own device during rest periods. That way she can truly relax. Is it all right for me to accompany her? I wouldn't be causing her stress, would I? Yeah, because Tay, you keep burning all your food, bro. That's why I'm just like, bro, get your booty in the kitchen, pay attention. Trainer Kieran, even the serious type, is worried about neglecting her family's teachings. However, this starfish, almost a jellyfish, bro. I'm still thinking about the jellyfish from earlier. This starfish looks just like my. Comparing your starfish to a trainer is wild, bro. That's wild. Jeez, bro. Jeez. Wild talk right there. I'll tell her later. Starfish looks like a trainer. Yeah, she's apparently Patrick. Can't you tell? She looks identical to Patrick. When I look at Happy Meek, Broski. I would hope she's not looking down there, bro. I would hope not. Crossing my fingers. Crossing my fingers, bro. No. That's crazy, broski. That's crazy. Don't worry about it, Tay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything is okay, Tay. Everything is good. Everything is slaying. We're all doing great. No. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. No. No. Don't do that. I think she's happy you're here. Yeah, she thinks that you're a starfish. Really? Do you think so? It's important to get to know your trainee. Get to know her. Huh. Come to think of it, I didn't even realize she liked aquariums until today. Maybe. I still don't really understand her at all. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we're just waiting on Tay at this point, bro. After enjoying the aquarium trainer Kieran, we all return to the academy and see Happy Meek back to the dorms. Thank you, Trainer Nexus. Not only did you invite me on a wonderful day out, but you also taught me an important lesson. I did? Yes. Learning all you can about your trainee is practically point 1 of the trainer's handbook. I always thought that meant having a good grasp on their physical capabilities. What's up, Zuff? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? But thanks to our conversation, I feel like now I understand what it really means. I didn't do anything special. Where's Gold Ship? Did you try exploding? Did you try exploding into a million pieces, Zuff, for sucks? You should try that. No need to be so humble. I think I understand why you caught the director's attention now. You sincerely care about your trainee, not just as a racer, but as an individual. That's where you really shine as a trainer. Well, I have to work you even harder. I can't have you leaving me behind. Oh, I will, bro. I will. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about that, sweetheart. Yes, girl. Bye-bye. Trainer Kieran and I make our way back to the training dorm, talking about training theory all the way. We got a new training partner, Massive W. Quit your yapping. Alright. Let's go ahead and just increase our speed real fast. Why not? Massive W. I come across the digital student handbook while on a stroll and look around for where she could have gone. I have everything in order. It's perfect. With this, I'm ready to cheer on my horse girl idols. Time to unleash my ultimate fan chance. Eek. Ow. Why is she wagging her tail? I don't know. She's probably taking a dookie. Isn't that what horses do when they take a dookie? They like wag their tails? I don't know. Maybe that's like sheep or goats that I'm thinking about. I don't know. I know one of the animals wag their tails. Not wagging. What? Do they raise their tail? Is that what I'm thinking about? No. Did I just bump into you? Huh? No, not at all. I got caught on a tree branch, that's all. Oh, it's hippos that do that? Okay. I knew one of the animals wagged their tails when they took a dookie, so that way, like, it protected their booty hole from bugs. Or something like that. I don't know. They wag their tails for some reason. Oh, okay. Stay safe. Horse's tail will stick up slightly from the base. Oh, yeah, that way they don't get poop in their fur. I think I got a little too carried away in this beautiful Uma paradise. Like, what if she actually got hurt because of me? I could never live with myself. I would have to abandon my otaku life. Hey, shut the hell up already. I'm trying to write some new code over... Oh my gosh. Shakur, you're way too cool. Wild and cool. I said shut it. You fidgeting and flailing around. Would it kill you to think to yourself quietly? You heard me. I talked about horse shit with a beat. Oh man, dude. W comment right there. That's so peak. I love that. Massive. What's the deal anyway? You're rambling about abandoning your otaku stuff. If you could throw away your passions that easily, I guess that didn't mean that much to you after all, huh? I could never. Bro, I'm taking a screenshot of this, bro. What the heck? Also, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Pika quote, yeah. Hold on, let me go ahead and drop this in game screenshots. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I had to go eat some dinner. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for waiting and hanging out and having hopefully a great time hanging out. Hello. Hope everything come out alright. Yes, it was alright. Thank you. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? Go ahead and drink some water real fast. Alright, here we go. I forgot that the simping is my life was the last thing I saw, bro. Dog warrior. But I feel like I should get my act together. I mean, this is the Tracing Academy. I know, Sim. Hi, Pika. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. How's your video going? Hope it's going great. Hope you guys are having a great time watching it. But yes, how you doing? You're such a pain. No one cares as long as you stay in your lane and don't cause any issues. Skills are skills. The only difference between data hacking and data cracking is how those skills are used. What do you mean you missed something? Right here, Tay. Hold on. I don't know if you can see with my ears, but this line right here where my cursor is, this is what V was talking about. This one. Yeah. Hello, welcome on in, Switchy. How you doing? No sleep for Pika. You should at least get some rest, Pika. I saw me in a video. Wait, you saw you in a video? Oh, what? White Tiger? If so, that's pretty cool. That's very cool. That's very cool. I gotta go back and see video. All right. Sounds good. Well, thank you for popping on in, Pika. I appreciate you. Have fun watching your video. Have fun, have fun. I'm saying that we're watching... Oh, wait. I'm saying that I'm watching someone who... Can't read. I'm saying that watching someone will show you when to strike, and thinking like them will show you where. The people who can do both, they're the real ones. Oh. Nah, she's wrong. You guys in chat, you guys are the real ones. You guys are awesome. Teach us how to. Oh, you just did a hydrate. All right. Cheers, boys. Cheers. Oh, okay. Wait, I see. I'm starting to get it now, Shakur. So if I've got this right, the most important thing is to consider who I'm using my things for. When I'm cheering on my beloved Umas as a fan, I'll shout out my love from the very top of my lungs. Yeah, I did. I said thank you for the hydrate when I was doing it. And it's important to use that knowledge to understand how my fans feel so I can prepare myself better for races. Ugh, thanks a lot, Shakur. I'll love my Umas for as long as I live. Yeah, great. Now can it and leave me alone already. I'm gonna cheer for you with my ultimate fan chants at your winning concerts too, Shakur. Nah? Why me? Don't you worry, I promise I'll do my best not to cause a scene. I stake my honor as an otaku on it. No. No, I'm not doing it again, Tay. No one asked for you to do that! Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Murzenski's training. This contributed to her growth. Speed went up by 5. Power went up by 10. Gained 1 hint level for frenzied and closers. Very cool. Can we level up any of her? Alright. We got 8 skill points and we need 100. At least 100. That's tough. That's tough. Actually, that'll give us +4. We're gonna go ahead and take a whip. Oh, can I not click on that? Merzensky talks with Agnes Digital. It seems that she has gained something. She gained 2 hint levels for Lay Low. Friends with Agnes Digital went up by 5. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Recon. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Cool. I appreciate you. Okay, not sure what wit even really does. Or guts. I'm not sure what guts does. Oh, thank you for the 15 bits, Recon. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. You're awesome. What does wit do, though? Oh, shoot. I did not mean to do that. Oopsies. Oh, wait. Training your wit doesn't really drop your energy at all, really. Energy reduced by 5. Oh, wait, no. It was recovered, I think. Oh, but I'm losing a lot of turns doing this, huh? I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I'm not sure. I don't really know what wit does, though. It gives us a decent amount of skill points, though. So, that could be really helpful. I'm about to walk past the academy gates when... Hold it right there, Opera O. How many times have I told you not to cover our room in roses? I wish you would give more thought towards your roommate. Ah, my apologies. But alas, an overlord like myself must radiate aesthetical grandiosity. Roses are vile as such. Ugh, I said wait! Honestly, she never listens to me. I don't know how you do that first thing in the morning. I guess you can't, or you just can't help it. Hmm? Oh, it's you, Brian. Well, a cluttered room leads to a deterioration in quality of life, as well as a decrease in work efficiency. I was merely stating in my opinion in order to prevent that. Oh? Stop, Brian. Your collar appears to be crooked by roughly 0.5 degrees. Are you for real? You're part of the student council. You have to look the part. I suppose I'll fix it for you this one time. Give me a break. What's the point of being uptight about everything? It's so dumb. Hey! Hold it right there! Wait! Brian! Quit following me. I don't have the time for your nagging. Ugh. Getting away. Her rapid acceleration is leagues above the average horse girl. I don't think I could catch up when she goes at full speed. Is giving up my only option? No, I cannot. I'll lose sleep over Brian's crooked collar. I can't speak anymore, guys. Oh no, what am I gonna do? What do I do? Hi, Snow. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. How you doing? How's your day? Hope it all went very well. What formidable acceleration. Perhaps this is a slight... oh my goodness. Perhaps this is a signal to work on my own technique. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Merzensky's training. This contributed to her growth. Energy went down by 10, but my power went up by 15. Massive W. Extremely tired, like really, really tired. Then go get some sleep, Snow. Go honk shoe, bro. You deserve some good sleep. Let's go ahead and let's just give ourselves some more speed. Why not? We haven't really burned through that much energy, bro. I visit the gym to find Biwa Hyade, Winning Tipkit, and Narita Taishin all here. Dude, don't worry about it, V. I can barely speak anymore, bro. My speech has been going downhill. Ever since I got back from dinner, it's been going down, bro. Hey, Professor Hi, I don't know. I'm just gonna call him Professor. You gotta help me. Hmm? What's the matter, Ticket? I tried reading the training books you brought over, but they're all gibberish to me. It says here, kinetic strength is needed for acceleration? And apparently I have to do kinetic training or something like that? Alright, sounds good. I hope that you sleep very well and sweet dreams, Snow. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Good night. Sleep well. What's all that mean? Is it some kind of spell? It's not a spell. It's a theory. I suppose I should elucidate the text for you. Think of kinetic muscular strength as an explosion. The ability to explode with power in a single moment. Gotcha. Maybe. Now, how does one foster such power? One must train their fast twitch muscles. As I was typing, my nose started to bleed. Oh god. I hope that your nosebleed like clears up very fast, man. I hope that you're doing all right. Make sure you get some good water and rest up so that way you don't have no more nosebleed. Also, I hope that you're feeling better. I know that 2 days ago, I believe, you were saying that you were feeling kind of sick, so I hope that you're feeling a little bit better, Snow. Hopefully you're on the road to recovery. Hope you're doing great. Make sure you prioritize getting some good rest and stay hydrated, dude. Fast switch muscles generally refer to external or outer muscles. Training them can lead to an enhanced explosive power. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing, Cap? Thank you. I appreciate you. And how does one train their fast switch muscles? Through kinetic training. A strength training is a prime example of this. That concludes my explanation. I believe I was logical and to the point, but did you comprehend it? Where's the booba screen? Here you go, bro. I got you. There's the big old boobas. That satisfies your booba satisfaction. There you go, bro. Hold on. I got you. For the follow, which one is it? Alt? There we go. There you go, bro. I got you. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These are one of our redeems. Our magnificent WWs. I know, right? We got the worldwide cups right here. I know, bro. I got the best boobies here on Twitch. Clearly, bro. Yeah, bro. I carry the burden of all back pain on the world with these boobs. You feel me? That way nobody else has to suffer. I take on the burden myself, you know? I know. You guys don't gotta thank me. I do it all from my my goodwill to you guys. It's just one way to pay you guys back. I take on all your back pains from the boobas. I got you guys. Don't worry about it. It's on me. It's on me. Trust. It's hard work, but it's an honest living. Exactly, V. You get it. You get it, broski. I appreciate you. You know what? Dap me up one more time, V. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You get it. Jeez. That concludes my explanation. I believe I was logical and to the point, but did you comprehend it? I'm so lost. My head's spinning like crazy. It'd be quicker if I gave you a clear demonstration. Ah, I know just the thing. See that barbell over there, Tickets? Huh? The heavy-looking thing? Yeah, that's the one. It weighs approximately 200 kilograms. 200? You're joking! No. Most wouldn't be able to lift that without solid muscle strength. However, Given my daily weight training sessions and following the book's logic, I should be able to lift it with ease. Because as I've previously explained, logic is absolute. Whoa! Really? Wow! That's some really impressive stuff! Show me! Show me, please! Very well. Watch closely and behold the effectiveness of logic-based training. Are you sure about that? I shall gradually lower my hips from my starting position. Now, watch. You see how my thighs and calves form a perfect 90-degree angle? As long as I maintain this for 5 seconds, and then 1, 2, 3. I disappointed myself. Uh-oh. Looks like your logiciness didn't work out. Logiciness? Dude, I hate whenever they do that. It's so goofy, though. Whenever I am trying to, like, read it out loud, I'm like, how do I even say this, dude? I don't know, man. I can't speak white girl, bro. I don't get enough starbies. I don't get my mani-pedis. I don't know, man. I don't know. No! Failure is theoretically impossible. The logic is flawless. I shall lift the barbell at all costs. The theory must be demonstrated in full. I'm pretty sure this isn't about logic and more about pure muscle. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Merzensky's training. This contributed to her growth. My energy went down by 20, but my power went up by 5. I gained 1 hint level for pressure. Very cool. Okay. I don't know if I can do any more training. That's a 22%. That's 20, 23. We could do a little bit more studying, though. I say we do another study session. Ooh, wait, hold on. What do we have to do here? Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, we have a 22% chance at failure right here. What? It's still showing the exclamation mark. Am I missing something? I'm not entirely sure. What am I missing out on? Oh, unless... Do I gotta click on that and then click on that? Is that what I gotta do? Energy went down by 21%. Friendship with her went up by 7%. Very nice. After training, Merzensky talks with Ines. Seems like Merzensky has gained something. Speed went up by 1. Power went up by 1. Guts went up by 6. Friendship went up by 5. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go ahead and rest her up. I think that's gonna bring us down to one turn left. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that was good. Trainer, thanks for giving me a break. I had a good rest. I've got a full tank and my engine is revving. So come on, let's put the pedal to the metal and go, go, go. Energy has been recovered by 50%. Very nice. I dropped by the dance studio one morning to find 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yawn. Come on, Falcon. If you really want to be the best Umadala, you need to work on your dancing. You're the one who asked to be you asked me to be your manager since we both have today off. Yeah, I know. It's just waking up at 5 is completely overdoing it, and you made me run right after. I know it's quite strict, but based on my calculations last night, this is the most suitable schedule for you. Up at 5 a.m. for 3 hours of running practice. Endurance also plays a critical role in dancing, you know. You're so strict. In that case, I have just one request. Can we make a promise to take breaks and not push ourselves too hard? Perchance. No. You've had just one request 10 times today already. Besides, the phone goes off. Time's up anyways. Oh my gosh, really? Then that means that we're done for today. Oh wait, that's supposed to be excitement. My bad, Chief. Whoopsies. Okay, on to our next activity. Our afternoon 20-kilometer run will start in 1 minute. Hey, what now? Running again? Yes, I watched a popular TV show to learn some tips. A very famous idol talked about it. She said, and I quote, idols need endurance. They must be able to dance through pain while keeping a smile on their face. Don't worry. I know you can reach such potential. Now then, let us be off, Falcon. You really mean that? And I have no chance to do it. You really are the manager from hell. Smart Falcon is completely drowned in tasks by her one-off manager. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Merzensky's training. This contributed to her growth. Max energy increased by 4. Energy recovered by 10. Mood went up by... Oh no, mood just went up. Huge. Okay, we got 1 turn left before our race, so... Honestly, let's just go ahead and let her study. Energy recovered by 5. Friendship with Aishin Flash went up by 7. Friendship went up by 7. Friendship went up by 7. Very cool. Alright. Are you ready to win me this money? Let's go ahead and take you right on into this race. Let's go ahead and just get it on into this. We've got this. You got this in the bag. Come on, I believe in you. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yep, we're gonna race this. Come on. You got this in the bag. Why are you making that face? I was just wondering if I overlooked something during your training. It's fine. You did a primo job training me. Besides, the journey is more important than the destination. I'm going to have a great time, so don't you worry. Run like the wind. I'm all over it. It's the Twinkle series, you know, so I'm going full throttle. Come on, you've got this in the bag. You got this in the bag. I believe in you. Oh wait, am I not able to change these out? Oh well. Let's go ahead and see. Oh yeah, dude, front is gonna be best. All right. Marzensky, come on. Let's put this in landscape. Come on, let's get this. Let's get this. Let's get this. Come on, win me this race. You've got this. I believe. I believe. You've got this in the bag. Junior make debut. Come on, let's get this. Look at all these guys. There she is! Come on, Marzensky! Woo! Get it! Come on! Look at that! Ooh, look at that early lead! Oh my goodness! There she's gone! Oh! Come on! You got this! Let's go, Marzensky! Woo! Come on! Win this! Come on! You got this! Oh, come on! Get some more distance! Come on! You got this! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Number 4! Come on! Push it! Push it! Push it! Push it! Push it! Push it! Let's go! Come on, Marzensky! Look at her go! No, 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 don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. She's popping her ultimate. Oh, look at her go. Whoa! Go full throttle. Get out of there, girly pop. Oh, and she's gone. Put that distance in. Come on. You got this. Come on. You got this in the bag. Go, 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 go. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, you got this. Come on, Marzensky. Come on, you've got this. You've got this. You got this. Oh, look at her go. Oh, let her go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Let's go. Massive. W Marzensky, bro. W. Huge, bro. Huge. Massive. Absolutely massive, bro. That was so peak. Oh, and we get a little dance. All the boys are out here dancing to Horse Girls singing, bro. Massive W, bro. It was odd as hell that 1 and 3 get up to sing and dance. Running their hearts out. I know, right? Massive, bro. Massive. Dude, she was taking off, though. Exactly, bro. If I ran for that long and, like, going all out, dude, I want to just die on a couch at that point, bro. I'm not getting up off that couch, bro. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I went into this game not really expecting that I would like it, but it's because it's funny. Like, it's got so much comedy in it, and it's just goofy all around. Dude, it's so funny to play, bro. And if you win, you get a freaking concert, bro. You can't tell me that's not peak, bro. Winning and you get a concert. That's so peak, bro. Nexie has been abducted by the horses. Nah, bro. Nah. I've just been having fun playing the horse running game. It's silly, funny, haha. I got a new song. Wow. That was really cool, though. Dude, she did great, though. Like, unironically, she did really good. Like, at the beginning, dude, her takeoff was huge. Like, that was a really good takeoff. And then she popped her ultimate really early, which is awesome. I love the trainer, like, in this series. The girls, too. Wait, really? Like, in the anime, they just completely forget about the trainers and whatnot? Do they only focus on the horse girls? I've not watched the anime yet. I want to, but I've not seen it quite yet. Yoo-hoo! Trainer! Did you enjoy the run? Yeah, it was great. I've seen like 15 minutes of the first episode. Dude, I really want to watch it, especially after how much I've been having fun playing the game. I really want to watch it. I know I've seen clips of, or not really clips, but I've seen like screenshots of Gold Ship. I almost called Goldfish. And she seems really goofy in the TV or the anime also. It felt like I shifted into a higher gear than what I've done in pair racing and scrimmage races. Makes me so happy to think that every time I race, I'll always be able to feel this way. So, trainer, now that I've made my debut, what's our next goal? We might as well aim for the biggest race, right? The biggest race she talks about must be the one to decide the junior champion. With her ability, she can definitely run there. I really want to see her take it all the way, making our next goal. The stakes. That's what I was hoping you'd say. I'm absolute. The white girl lingo came out, bro. The trainer is focused on the horse part, then forgets their girls, rubs up on their... What? That's crazy, bro. That's a wild thing to say, broski. I was like, oh. Oh. ¿Por qué? Just watch the anime. Maybe a movie night. We sit down and watch the anime. Is the entire series out? Or is it just like a few episodes? Because I really don't know much. I know that I've seen a few clips and like the animation of the anime goes so hard. I'm gonna be honest, dude. Some of the clips that I've seen about the animation, it's so freaking cool looking, the animation. Like they go all out. Yeah, dude. Everything that I've seen about the animation in like the clips that I've seen of it, it's insane, dude. The running anime. That's crazy, bro. Hey, man. Hey. Naruto, they just stick their hands behind their backs and they run, bro. Jeez, dude. Hey, man. Hey. No. It's better than Blue Lock Season 2. It's better than Blue Lock Season 2, bro. It's better than that slideshow. Just saying. Blue Lock, the soccer anime that literally was just no, Blue Lock, LOCK. The like the second season got really butchered. They used literally just slideshows for that. I've never watched Blue Lock, but that's what I've heard about it. Yeah, I don't like a lot of the sport animes, so I watched Baki. Like I watched most of Baki, but the most recent season of Baki, I got majority through it, and then I couldn't do it anymore, dude. I couldn't do Baki. I did a majority of the series. I did Baki the Grappler, and then I got all the way up to halfway through the most recent season through Baki Hanma, like the one that's up on Netflix. And dude, the whole fight with Pickle was just so stupid. I'm gonna be honest, dude. It was so stupid. Baki just felt wrong to watch. I mean, it's cool. As somebody who likes martial arts, I think Baki is cool. But the Pickle fight really ruined Baki for me, bro. I feel like... I mean, if you're just taking it as like an entertainment value, it's okay. If you're taking it for like anything else, I don't know, man. I don't know, Chief. I don't know. Oh, wait, there's 3 seasons? Oh, shoot. I didn't know that there were that many seasons of Horse Girl Racing. Dang. We'll definitely have to get caught up on all that. Marzetsky, set your sights on the next big race. Subtitle looks like... I mean, that's fine. I'm fine with sub. Every single anime that I watch is always sub. I don't really remember the last time I watched a dub anime. I feel like the only anime that I've like personally watched in dub was Frieren, like in the last couple of years, just because I enjoyed, like, I don't know, for me, I feel like the Frieren dub was really good. I don't know how others feel about the Frieren dub, but I kind of struggled with, I don't know, like keeping up with everything in the Frieren sub. So I was like, you know what? I really want to watch Frieren. So I put it in the dub, and I'm so glad that I did, dude. I'm so glad, because there's no way I was reading all that. You know, it's a really cool story, But I'm not reading all that, bro. And that I'm up to date with One Piece, and I was just like, I don't know. I think the slow start to free run was like what really kind of like made me want to just watch it in dub, just because like it has a really slow start. I mean, like it's world building, it's telling the story about the adventures and all that, and that's perfectly fine. I needed to put it in dub. But later on, when like the story really starts picking up between like the main characters, I feel like that's when it really starts getting good. The following day. Alrighty, time for some hardcore training. Don't you think you should rest the day after a race? As if. I set my sights on a G1, so I have to buckle down. Oh, Marazenski, sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions? Apparently, anime been since 2018, and game was only recent. Yeah, it was probably just trying to like spark up some interest inside of like the community and whatnot. But I mean, dude, I've been having a great time with the game. Right. Your fans have been calling you Hot Rod since before your debut. What are your feelings on the nickname now? Oh, I'd love to chat, but I have to get to my training. I know. If you can catch me, I'll give you a special scoop. Ready? Go! Took the world by the hoof. Oh, nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah. There's the door, bro. There's the door. It's right here. Get that knee slapper out of here, bro. I mean, granted that we are outside right now, I guess, so yeah. Jeez. How the heck are we supposed to catch a running horse girl? Let's surround her. Come at her from the different sides. Must be AC inside. I don't know. I don't know much about Japan. Marazenski proceeds to lead the reporters on a chase, having a blast all the while. Stamina went up by 3. Power went up by 3. Guts went up by 3. Skill points went up by 30. Friendship with the director went up by 4. Massive! Place top 5. Oh, that's interesting. It's like, oh, you don't even need to win, just place top 5. Could you imagine if... Yeah, no, dude. Japan would be overfilled. Dude, okay. If every single verse combined into one and coexisted, New York City, San Francisco, Tokyo, most likely Hong Kong, and let's just say London. Let's throw London in there. Why not? Dude, all of those would just be immediately eviscerated. Those 5 are just gone. They're not even existent. With how much destruction happens in those in like fiction and all that, it's over, bro. It's over. There's no chance. It's just immediate death, basically. I feel like is LA even really put in a lot of movie media? I don't think so. I feel like it's a lot more of like those 5 that I mentioned. Solo leveling, yeah. I mean, technically the portals open across the world, but solo leveling main story takes place within Korea, like South Korea. And then you have like hunters from across the world. There's like portals everywhere. One day as I'm heading towards the school gates after school. 1 more minute until the scheduled time. we'll wait around for Falcon any longer, I might not make it to the Oi race course on time. If everything is to proceed without delay, punctuality is essential. No matter the circumstances, schedules must be respected. However, think you can make it in the solo leveling verse? I mean, answer me this. If we're going into the solo leveling verse, do we know of the leveling system? Like, are we taking the knowledge of the leveling system and all that we know about it with us or no? That's like the important question. Because oh, dude, if we know nothing about the leveling, if we're going in as a rank E, no. No. No chance. No chance. I think if anything, how about this? Fair ranking yourself? Dude, I got no idea. Granted that Jinwoo was an E rank and his buddy was like a D or a C rank, I'd probably fall around there. I feel like that's pretty average. Like, anybody who like can really swing a weapon and defend themselves, I'd be C, or at least, yeah. Current, definitely E or D. I feel like D is like very average, but like I feel like E is like at the beginning of the series we see Jinwoo, he can barely like swing a dagger, bro. That's why I'm like, I would feel like either C or a D. Yeah, like if we're gonna be fair, I feel like it'd be around there. No chance that it's anything above that though. No chance. Even though I work out daily, I'm not putting myself any higher than a C rank. Definitely not. Your ass, you have no idea what this means. Yeah, Lunar is just built better. Lunar is just a monarch. Lunar is the system, bro. Bro is the system. You're the Giga Chad? Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. At the fancy armors. Yeah, and then bro just gets like eviscerated by like a heroin needle or something like that. That'll be insane, bro. Imagine like having all that confidence and then you just go into like a B rank portal dungeon and then you just get eviscerated by a goblin with a crack pipe. That'd be so funny, dude. Getting taken out by a tweaker like that is so freaking sad. A goblin with a crooked nose. A crooked nose and a crack pipe, bro. You gotta add, like, all the debuffs, you know? You gotta, like, really drive it in and be like, haha, you died. You died. You suck. GG's go next. I can't wait for tonight's performance. Oh, Falcon. Great, or perfect timing. I've got a question to ask you. You'd one shot? Dude. Okay, pal. Alright, pal. What do you mean? You're gonna one shot a fucking, like, crab? What do you mean, crab, broski? What? A question for me? Alright, my measurements are... That is unnecessary. Are you well acquainted with Oi race course? I'd flex and bust out. Okay, pal. Dude, I accidentally, when I was messing around in the maid outfit the other day, I flexed and literally popped out, like the back popped out. So, yeah, that's going to be very interesting when I have to wear that on stream. I don't know if I have any plans this weekend. I might just say fuck it and just, like, schedule it out for this weekend. Sukana's wild, bro. I know exactly what you're talking about. Pika gonna be happy? I hope so, bro. I hope so. I gotta fulfill Pika's needs and desires, you know? I gotta wear the maid outfit. Did you say 6? That's a horrible idea. It's not Tokyo race course. There's a lot of transfers. Plus, it's rush hour. Even the smallest thing will make you late. I guess you haven't been to Oi much. Well, don't you worry, because Falco will be your guide. I'll teach you to appreciate and enjoy a race there. Yeah, this is on my PC. Yeah, it's on Steam right now, Lunar. It's free too. You don't have any. Wait, but you don't have your own plans, right? It's fine. Let me do something nice for you every once in a while. I know the best seat in the house. Why do you sound disappointed, Lunar? What, dude? It's actually low-key peak. I'm gonna be honest, bro. This game is low-key peak. I was gambling on my horse girl in that last race, and she really put in the work, and it was so exciting to see, dude. It was so peak. Yeah, you can technically hide on Steam, but I'm showing this, like, with pride, bro. I'm gonna 100% this game. I'm gonna 100% this game, and I'm gonna post it up on my Steam profile. Yeah. Yeah, I am happy to show it, bro. I'm gonna 100% this game too. She should be here. I'll wait for 1 more minute. Flash! Sorry. Oof. I almost blew it. But I got here just in time, right? No. You're 2 seconds late. Which means we need to run to Oi. That way we can get good seats to watch the race. What? Run there? But it was only 2 seconds. They start take off running with smiles on their faces. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Marzensky's training. By 100 both of the pop games and its off game. I earned it and I'm happy. Exactly, V, exactly. You ever played Honey Pop? I don't think so. Isn't that like a hentai game though? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that a hentai game? Am I tripping? Yeah? Then no. No, I have not played it then. It's like Candy Crush. Definitely for the Nexi fans lead page. Bro, yeah, totally, bro. Totally. $1 billion to join my fans league. Yes. 1 billion buckaroos. Contributed to her growth. She got 20 energy. She got a level for home stretch haze. Very cool. The gameplay is Candy Crush, but isn't it literally just porn? Energy recovered by 2. I got some friendship. Oh my god. Yes. They have a chat. Seems that Murozensky has gained something. Speed went up by 6. Power went up by 2. Friend went up by 5. You get nudes if you do well in Candy Crush. Wait, whoa. That's insane to say, bro. That's crazy. Marvelous. You're truly shown your passion and enthusiasm for training horse girls. We shall therefore improve the training facilities. I look forward to your future successes. Ooh, we got wit training level 2 now. Huge. Yeah. Yeah, just because you're asking for me not to take it out of context, bro. Oh, so hi, Pika. How you doing? How's your animal thing going? Hope it's going well. How you doing? How you doing? Just post that dog. That's so peak, bro. That's so peak. I hope that it's going well, Pika. I appreciate you for stopping on by. Dude, I love that dog picture you sent. Your Candy Crush is insane. Hey man, take it up with Lunar. Did he get my horse girly? No, but we saw her a few times earlier, which is pretty cool. The teacher in that game kinda what, Lunar? What she look like, broski? She kinda what, huh? Are you what? No. Absolutely not, bro. Yeah, Lunar's always out here like pixels, bro, pixels, and then he's like, she's kind of bad though. Like, hear me out. I'm kind of curious. Hold on. My fault. My fault, gang. My fault. My fault. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Who would you say? The teacher? In what is it? Honey Pop? Perchance, perchance. I can kind of maybe see a Lunar, maybe. Uh, wait, what? Oh, are you talking about Lunar? No, no, not to you, Tay. I was looking at the teacher from Honey Pop. I was like, all right, maybe perchance I'll hear you out. Perchance, perchance. But yeah. No, there's no trading anything, Tay. No trades. You go all out, buddy. No, 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 I'm not, dude. Lunar is not me. Lunar's out here getting nudes from Candy Crush. Don't look at me, look at him. Look at that guy. Look at him over there. Look at him. He's right there, you know? He's right there. Get him. Get him. Not me. I ain't selling no nudes, no lewds, no nothing. How do you get nudes from Candy Crush? You're gonna have to ask Lunar, bro. He's the gooner. I am simply just an apprentice, bro. I don't know anything. I'm here just learning. Bro. Hey, no. No. Bad Tay, bad. Somebody spray Tay. Spray Tay, spray Tay. Hose her down. No, 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 no. Spray Tay, spray Tay. She deserves it, bro. Bad Tay, bad. Get the anti-soy sauce spray bottle is crazy, bro. I support you with every decision you make is wild, bro. Jeez. I will thank you for coming on and Peek. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoy your video. Have fun. Your attack. I appreciate you for attacking, Tay. Thank you, thank you. I will never forget this. What, that you can't hear properly? My bad, Grandma. Didn't know that your hearing went down that badly. Didn't know that we needed to get you a hearing aid already, Grandma. I thought we could have waited a little bit longer. I'm gonna tell your nurses? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Are you sure you're still gonna be able to talk by then, bro? The English already kind of sucks, Tay. I think your dementia's already kicking in too, bro. Where's Eliza? I don't know. She's doing her own thing now. Eliza's out being a girly pop, bro. That's where she is. Knock, knock. Excuse me. Are you Trainer Nexus? May I ask for your name? Terrible sorry. I should have introduced myself. I'm a reporter from Twinkle Monthly. My name is Etsuko Otonashi. I was looking for trainers to write about, and Director Akikawa mentioned your name specifically. I'll do my best not to interfere with your training. I look forward to working with you. This is the first I'm hearing of any interview, but Otonashi's polite and sincere attitude puts me at ease. Menace to society? Yeah, she's learning from you, bro. Name 10 characters? Dude, I don't fucking know names, bro. Director Akikawa, Etsuko Watayunashi, Gold Ship, Makazuki, or that's not even my horse's name, bro. I don't deserve this hate. What do you mean? What you mean, bro? You're over here hitting grandmas with your car. What do you mean? Hitting grandmas and mailboxes and kids with your car. I think that defines being a menace. I'm not even selling nudes. Go get your hearing aid batteries fixed, dude. Go get your hearing aid batteries fixed. It's not my fault that you can't listen. My fault, not my fault. You believe Lunar? That's crazy, bro. Thank you for agreeing to take part. Let's get into it, shall we? As I'm sure you're aware, the launch of the URA finale has taken the racing world by storm. Could you tell us about how this affected you and your trainees' outlook? It's true that there has been a few big changes, but ever since the day I decided to walk with Marzensky, my convictions have always stayed the same. You're gonna tell your wife what you're doing? That's crazy, bro. I'll keep supporting her so she can achieve her dreams. Apple cider, and that's all I remember from starting today. Well, I mean, hey, W Pika for remembering all that, man. W Pika. Round of applause for Pika. You remembered a little bit more than I did. I totally was not reading what was on my screen. Totally not. Teehee. I see. In other words, you consider your role as a trainer to be to help my horse girls achieve her dream. Whoa, why did she lock in like that? What the heck? She just went like... Like, she just locked in like that, bro. What the heck? Yes? Alright, sounds good. Thank you for coming on in, Pika. I appreciate you. Because isn't Fortnite like 120 gigabytes now, Lunar? It's massive. Fortnite is huge. I have had Fortnite uninstalled for like the last couple of seasons, and yeah. Well, it's an update, dude. Even then, the updates are like 40 gigabytes. They're huge. It's like 150, dude. The last time I played, it was like 120. So I don't doubt that it's higher than that now. It's massive. I could download so many other games, and I would still be under what Fortnite needs, bro. It's crazy. That's simply amazing. Help your trainee horse girl achieve her dreams. That's what you said, no? Like the graphics, that's wild, bro. Then I'm sure you must be willing to take on any burden with a smile. Training wherever and whenever she asks, taking her on hot spring tours to recover from races, venturing to remote mountain streams just to fetch her a cup of water. Ah, what devotion! I'm so moved. I never said any of that. What do you want about? Splendid. I see that the interview has started. I'll check it out in a little bit, Tame. What do you think? Quite a talented trainer, no? Play 2 games, realize I'm dog shit. Log off. You're so real for that, Lunar. You are so real for that. That's literally me whenever I play any type of shooter game. I used to play a lot of Overwatch, and I tried to go pro in Fortnite. Like, I actually went to a few tournaments for Fortnite back in... Dude, I would have to look at Instagram. But, yeah, it's been a few years, and it was a lot of fun. But, yeah, no, I never wanted to fully commit to going pro, bro. I went to that tournament, did not win, but, yeah. My favorite Overwatch character, Brig. Brig is so much fun. I've not played Overwatch in a really long time, but I used to be a Brig main. Hey man, I'm not taking this disrespect, bro. What you mean? Why y'all hating on my Brig? Leave my Brigitte alone. What's wrong with Brig, bro? Let me get in there and let me use my rally. I'll 1v5, trust. No, I know. I played Overwatch back then too. I hated Brig when she first came out. But like, last time I played was at least a year ago. But Brig was so much fun. Especially diving their backlines as Brig and getting yelled at by your team for not constantly healing them with your health packs that do abysmal healing. Yeah, great times, am I right? But I mean, hey, the more, it's not inspiration. Maybe it is inspiration. Basically, the more damage you do, the more inspiration you do, like, you gain, and, like, the more AoE healing you do. Which is pretty cool. I like that. But then I used to be a really good Lucio main. If I was ever going to be playing a tank, dude, I was a disgusting Doomfist main. I was really disgusting with Doomfist. I would have said that they made mercy jumping for everyone. Nerds couldn't learn it. Really? I remember when it used to be like a really hard thing that you had to learn. Guess who your favorite is? I don't know. Are we like, if we're going off of categories, I'm gonna say Echo for DPS. I'm gonna say Echo for you, Lunar, and thank you for the 15 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 15 bits, Recon. I really appreciate you. You're amazing. Junkrat vibes? Nah, bro. I give him credit for Echo. Who do you main? Who do you main? Recon, did you play Overwatch, or have you ever played Overwatch? If so, what was your main? Oh, I would have not gotten Ash from you, bro. I'm gonna be real. I would have never gotten Ash from you. Dude, I used to be a really fun, or like, I used to be really good at Tracer, But then when she got nerfed where her guns did like tickle damage, I couldn't play her anymore, bro. I physically could not play her. You just could not solidify a kill. A literal Mercy could kill you before you could kill a Mercy. It was abysmal trying to play Tracer after she got nerfed. It's horrible. I bought Overwatch, in all honesty, because of Genji. Because I still have the 2016 Founder Edition of Overwatch literally in my drawer right next to me. And I thought Genji looked really cool. But yeah. Play but Siege main is Mute and Blackbeard. Ooh, for Siege. Oh, because there's a D between D and V. For Siege, I used to be a really good Oryx main or Maverick. Those two I really enjoyed. But yeah, I have the entire K-pop, well, the first like run through with, you know, Diva, Kiriko, Sombra, and Brig. I have their first K-pop skins. I've Le Seraphim, there we go. I never played during the second come around with Mercy and all them. I tried to get into Siege. I'm utter ass, dude. I used to play a lot of Siege, but I kind of fell like stopped playing, and I don't know. Those shitty map, mate. Yeah. Dude, I don't even know the last time that I played Siege. I cannot tell you the last character that I like. Hold on. Actually, I can look at Steam. Give me 1 second. I can tell you. Rainbow. I've not played Siege since 2021. I have been clean from Siege for 4 years, bro. I've been cleansed. I have saved my sanity for the past 4 years. You haven't played since 2017? Dang, bro. Honestly, about the same for me, yeah. I just had no, like, I played so much Siege. I don't have any interest in going back. I see stuff about Siege now, and I have no interest. But I was 5 years on before I got off. Yeah, no, dude, I had a lot of years on Siege. It's just, I have no, motivation to go back to Siege. We got some onks in here. Jeez. Alright, pal. Pipe it down. I'm only 22, bro. Pipe it down. I ain't that old, bro. So I tried to get into it, but tired of getting flamed each game. Yeah, no, dude. I feel them. Oh, you're younger than me. Get fucked, bro. Get fucked. Lamau, bro. Bro tried to call me an unk. Alright, Grandpa. Grandpa Lunar. Get a load of this dinosaur over here. Yeah, I used to play Siege back on my PlayStation 4. So this is what happened. I played on my PC. Well, technically it was my parents' PC. And then that PC died. So I played on my PlayStation 4 for a few years. And then I switched back to PC. And so, yeah. I went from PC to PlayStation to PC. But, like, growing up, I had an Xbox. Well, technically, if we want to, like, go all the way back, I had a PlayStation 1, and then a PlayStation 2, and then an Xbox 360. And then, at the same time, my sister had a Wii that I played with. And then, I had the 2DS. And then I got my PlayStation 4. And then I got the Switch, which out of all the consoles, dude, I still really regret getting the Switch. I really regret getting the Switch, dude. That's my least favorite console out of all the consoles I've played. I really wish that I could go back and just never buy the Switch. I'm gonna be honest. Hopefully you didn't run into SGT Jomari on there. I'm gonna be real with you, Recon. I do not know. Probably not, but maybe in like one of the passing matches. Who knows? Bro's been playing games from the womb. Dude, I've been playing like the first game, like actual game that I played was World of Warcraft, which was a lot of fun. That's why I always have a soft spot for MMOs. Like if we're not talking about any of the browser games, like any of the Flash games, but yeah. World of Warcraft, yeah, man. Yeah. Back in... Dude, okay. Are you really asking me that, bro? Are you really asking me that? Are you asking me if I would rather either be a horde or a loser? Are you really asking me this in the big 2025? Who wants to be a loser in 2025, bro? Get out of here with that alliance, bro. Alliance these nuts in your mouth, bro. No. Absolutely not. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Dude, I don't know if you ever played back when the exploit was in the game, but did you ever go between the Horde and Alliance, and then you just, like, you could just be a player killer? That was so much fun. That's why I actually got banned off of World of Warcraft, was because I killed too many players doing that. Dude, I wish that I still had that account, dude. But I got banned for player killing. The first game I played was the original Super Mario Brothers. Dude, I still miss original Duck Hunt. I want to find the NES that I have and the gun that comes with it and play some of the Duck Hunt. That was so peak. You used to cheat at Duck Hunt? Bro, you just shoot pixels. What do you mean you cheated? How did you cheat at Duck Hunt? That was Menace on Origin, Dawn, Rogue Stalking in the PvP Wildlands. My man, bro, my man. You know what's up, bro. You know what's up. Dude, I really miss World of Warcraft. I wish that like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 or whatever wasn't monthly subscription based stuff. Because like I really enjoyed Black Desert. Apparently it's free now. I tried Vindictus. I wasn't a fan of it. I really enjoyed Path of Exile. Final Fantasy 14, the card game card time. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? I miss it, but it's not worth it anymore. See, World of Warcraft looks like a lot of fun, and I know that so much has been added since the last time I played, but I really don't want to pay monthly. Like $30. Yeah, but still, if I'm gonna pay for a game, I would rather own it, and I would rather be able to play it whenever I want, you know? Has it really gotten that toxic? Ugh. I hate whenever games that I used to really love turns into a toxic community, you feel me? It's not worth playing, you know? Me and my squad always mess around every game and won 60% of the time. Dude, that's the best thing about Siege. If you take... Okay, here's the thing. If you take Siege, League, Valorant, any of those types of games seriously, you're gonna be horrible. Like, you're just gonna have a horrible mentality. You're gonna hate the game. The game freaking sucks. Terrible game. But if you got a good squad, if you're having a good time, if you guys are having a blast, great time. Great time. And I feel like that's like why a lot of people hate on League, because, you know, if you queue random, you're fucked. But yeah, as long as you're having a fun time, then those games were pretty fun. But yeah, first dungeon since I didn't know, got kicked for asking. Really? What? Got kicked for asking is crazy. Master the Tachanka spawn peak with turret. Really? Oh god, dude, those spawn peaks, like in general, Dude, I missed the Jaeger ACOG. That was so much fun. Jaeger and Blitz having ACOGs. That was so peak. And then you could just spawn camp attackers when they were coming out of spawn. Hi, RV. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. How you doing? You having a wonderful day. How are you doing? We're just playing some horse girl game. But yeah, we're just here. Dude, honestly, we've been yapping about games for the past, like, 10 minutes. Getting pulled away. All right, well, thank you so much for coming on in, Lunar. Thank you for the lurks. And yes, have fun getting pulled away, my friend. Tell your woman that I say hi. What? Did I say Lunar? If I said Lunar, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant to say V. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. So you're grounded for sending nudes in exchange. Dude, I'm not even sending nudes. Is Tay actually going around telling people this? Alright, no, you're actually getting fucking hearing aids sent to your house. Hold on. I'm sending hearing aids to your house, dude. How much is this? Hearing aids for seniors? Is that what you need, Tay? Wait, Home Depot sells hearing aids? Really? I did not know that Home Depot sold hearing aids. Oh, I'm sorry, Tay. I'm not a grandma. I don't need to look up if a place has hearing aids. I know, it's really hard for you. I'm so terribly sorry to hear about your hearing impairment. I know, we should definitely get you checked, right, Grandma? We should maybe look into a retirement home, honestly. I think you need that special assistance. You know, I can tell that your brain is going, your hearing's gone. It's all going downhill for you. I think it's time to check you in. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm sorry to, like, keep you out of this intensive care for too long. We should have honestly done it a few years ago. I'm sorry. We'll get this squared away right now, okay? No, I'm not sending news to anybody. Grandma is just going schizophrenic. Don't worry about it, Arby. No one has seen anything about my body. With a 3 armor, 3 speed glitch in Siege? No, I'm not sure. What do you mean by the 3 armor, 3 speed glitch? My aunt is wheezing massive. Tell her that I need help sending you to a like an elderly facility or something like that. Steven, Tay's going around because she keeps thinking that I'm selling nudes, but I'm not. And she's telling people that I am, and I am not. Siege collab? Dude, I have not played Siege since 2021, Arbiter. I have not touched it in a very long time, dude. It's been 4 years. I've been sober for 4 years, Arby. Dude, no one said no. I don't sell. No. He said, yeah. Dude, literally look in my server. It says, okay, yeah, you get nudes if you do well in Candy Crush. Because you are old, Tay. You can't hear. Your dementia has honestly gotten horrible, man. I mean, dude, I've been telling you multiple times. Yes, you are deaf. Even when I am in call with you, Tay, you cannot hear anything. You are deaf. It's like I'm talking to, like, literally like a can or something. It really doesn't, bro. Your hearing sucks. We gotta get you some hearing aids, bro. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. It says I've watched 707 worth of animes in League. Brother. Brother Lunar. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. 707 animes is insane. What is that, like 2 One Pieces? Genuine question, bro. 2 One Pieces is crazy. Dude, 2 One Pieces is over 2,000 episodes, bro. Pika Attack Tay. Pika Attack. Use your special attack. Water bottle. Tay's been going around trying to spread misinformation about me, bro. She's been going around trying to tell people that I'm selling nudes, bro. Spray her. Get her out of here. Spray her. Douse her in holy water. Get her out of here, bro. We want Scotch. He's downstairs. He's staying cool on the tile right now. Nah. Tay's been very stinky today. Tay has been very, very stinky. No bueno to Tay. Dude, my arms are really itchy from the heat rash that I got. Hey, no, I don't, bro. Stop saying that. I don't. I actually only have 1,064 on Valor. I thought it would be more. What, animes? Like, for the anime stuff that you were talking about? Or the, hours? If it's hours, that's one thing, but if it's animes, oh my lord. Yeah, okay. 1,000 hours is a lot more acceptable. If it was 1,000 animes, dude, I would have just been like, well, you're a lost cause, dude. You're a lost cause. You have around 3,000 hours on Siege. I don't know how many hours I have combined between PlayStation and PC, but let me see how many I have on PC. I have 428 hours on PC. I actually think Valorant is a horrible game. Yeah, I fully agree. Lunar, Dude, I've tried so hard to find any enjoyment in Valorant, but I hate the bullet spray. It does not, I don't want to hear another person be like, oh, you're supposed to just tap it. Dude, I do tap it, and I've seen multiple videos, it's not just me. People will tap, and the bullet will go from, you're starting from North America, it ends up in Africa, bro. That is nowhere near where your crosshair is. You're telling me it's so stupid. I hate it. I hate the bullet spray in Valorant. It is just pure RNG. I've tried to hear people out about, oh, just tap it, just tap it, just tap it, just tap it. And it's like, I tap it, it goes from here, where my cursor is, this is where my crosshair is, and the bullet just ends up way over here. Yeah, dude, that's what pisses me off, is because it does not matter about your, like, the actual reflection of your skill. It is purely RNG, because you can have really good, like, you could have really good accuracy. You could snap that crosshair right here on the head, and you could just, like, stand still for 5 minutes, so that way you don't have any excuse. Oh, you were moving, so your gun was moving. No, I could stand here for 5 minutes and have my crosshair right between her eyes, and the bullet will still end up way over here, or way over here, or way over here, or you just hit her instead. It won't hit her. That's what I hate about Valorant. No, because I've lost so many games and so many, like, fights because of this. That's what really pisses me off. Is because, like, it genuinely, it gets in my head, and I'm like, dude, am I really this bad at the game? And then I go back and, like, video and, like, you know, recaps and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, my crosshair was right on them. And I would tap, miss, tap, miss, tap, miss. And I just die because I gave away more of where I am. It just, that's what really pisses me off about Valorant. It truly pisses me off. If they fix the bullet spray, I will retry Valorant. It's just, dude, the bullet spray is horrible for me. It's horrible. I'm not a fan of it. It really sucks. But yeah, that's just my opinion on Valorant. It takes a special trainer to be willing to plunge into a hurricane for their trainee. Okay, I really don't remember saying that. Wonderful. That's a prospective star horse horse girl's trainer for you. Why is she licking? I got no idea, bro. No clue. I'm at a loss for that one. I've been keeping a close eye on your recent activities, but how strange. Seems like you're having trouble gaining fans. Worry not. There's still some time before the URA finale. I'm sure you can turn things around. A star horse girl is measured by the amount of support she has. That's how you can tell she is loved. I would also like to help you gather more support. Gratitude? The media's assistance will be essential, both for boosting the popularity of the horse girls and for ensuring the event succeeds. I'm counting on you, Miss Otanashi. Please help us make the URA finale a success. Of course, thank you very much for your time, trainer. I sense that I've met a powerful ally in the fight to increase Marzensky's support. We got a reporter here now, yippee. Friendship went up by 5. Very cool. Marzensky and I decide to go shopping together. Oh, sorry. I was just humming along with the radio. I really love this song. I fuck with the song, you feel me? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing? I really appreciate you for stopping on by. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello. Sorry, Tay said all I listen to anyone. But I asked you to spray Tay. What you mean? What you mean? I asked you to spray Tay. She's been stinky. She's been going after us. She's been going after all of us, bro. But yeah, I fuck with this song, Marzensky. Turn this up. Turn that up. Turn that up. I'm bopping my head back and forth just for this song. I fuck with it. Ooh. 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 It's 10 a.m. right now. So far, so good. Well, I'm glad that you came on in. I hope you slept very well, man. But yes, welcome on in. We're just playing some horse girl. We're having a good time. I want to race with this chick. She's pretty cool. I've been having a great time with this game. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I've been having a lot of yap sessions. So I know I've been playing this game for like 2 days straight now, but I've not gotten that far, bro. Dude, hey, I've been having a great time yapping with y'all though. It's been great. How many hours do I have? Oh, it still says 2.8, but that's not true. Because I have 3 hours in just today alone. I think 2.8 was from yesterday. So yeah. It's over 6 hours already, and I've barely gotten anywhere, bro. But hey, as long as we're having a great time, that's what matters, yeah? But glad you were... Well, I apologize for that, but yeah, I just normally call everyone dude or something. But yeah, I apologize. 3 plus 3 next? Yeah, 6. That's what I said, Goober. You silly goose. You know those poppy upbeat songs that all the kids listen to? I just adore that stuff. Whew. That one really takes me back. Let's continue our trip down memory lane with one more of the oldies. Huh? No, that was a classic? But I was really grooving with it. How could this happen? Or how could this be? I can't read. I apologize. No, wait, her mood dropped? No! No. We gotta like go get her an ice cream or something. That way we can bring her happiness up. Do you just do recreation? Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's bring her happiness up. That's really important. Bro has negative riz. Nah, bro. There we go. She's great. She's good. She's being interviewed for a magazine article. Okay, what kind of magazine are we talking about? Is it for how cool she is? Hopefully. She's pretty cool. Bro uses money to get girls. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. No, I use carrots. Correct yourself, broski. I've been using carrots, not money. It's different. You feel me? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know what the money's for in this game. I have no clue. I know that the carrots are the gambling currency, but I got no idea what the money's for. I'll have to figure that out. Maybe there's like a shop or something. I don't know. Oh, wait. I think... Oh, wait. Whoa. I think you get an outfit if you complete this. It's used by people like you who have no riz. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? Next, let's talk about the signature racewear of yours. Oh, this? Of course. It's a very popular design among fans. What's your own impression of it? Bro, making the huzz sad, that's crazy, bro. Nah, bro. No. Like I said, I'll take her out for some ice cream. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. Trust me. Just give some ice cream and it'll be alright. Take notes. Write that shit down. Write that down. It's my favorite. This outfit brings out 100% of my charming qualities. I see. Is there anything in particular that you like about it? Well, let's see. The design, fits. There's so many good parts to choose from. But the best thing is the color. This fiery red. I've been attached to this color for a long time. That's my Tata's red too. I don't know what Tata's is. Oh wait, that's why Tata's... Maybe that's another horse. I don't know. Maybe that's like somebody else that I haven't met. I think that is. I don't know. Dude, I'm just reading what this says. Don't look at me. That's why Tata's red too. I don't... You can see that. I'm just reading the dialogue, broski. Actually, maybe it's the other way around. I've always wanted a car just like Tata. Oh, maybe... Or just like... I don't know what Tata is. I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to do her storyline a little bit. Next is... I'm just reading the... I'm reading what's in the game. How am I being sus? I'm just the middleman, dude. Don't shoot the middleman. I did nothing wrong. Tata? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure, honestly. So maybe that's why I love the color red. Maybe. Hopefully we can meet this character and wait, hold on. This is good. The reporter's like, hey, what is this? Like maybe we could get a little bit of information right here. Oh, it's her car. Okay. It's Marzensky's car. Yeah, it still didn't help how you pronounce it. All I know is that it's just her car now. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I got a bit excited and forgot to mention. When I was younger, I was taken to a car show. There was a bright red supercar, and it was so cool. I instantly fell head over heels. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can't argue with you there, Lunar. I vowed to myself then and there that when I finally got my own car, it would definitely be that one. After that, I kept looking at the pictures and catalogs, dreaming of the day I could get my driver's license. And now that dream has come true, and I'm all smiles when I get a chance to hit the streets. So you still have the same deep feelings for this car that you did back then? That's right. And that's why I hope I can cheer up the audience with my running. Just like how... Dude, I feel like I'm going to fuck up the name so many times. Tata cheers me up. I want to give everyone the same fabulous feeling of a hot rod. The interview proceeds very well. Thank you very much. Now we can take a few pictures. Okie dokie, Artichoke. I'll show off my best looks. Oh, right. Of all people I know, you must know me best, trainer. What should I show off in today's shoot? As much as I really want to say a speed that no one can match, I feel like that would really fuel her ego. I think the golden options are always like the best. I'm really tempted to like fuel her ego right here though. I don't know. I would do better if Tata's cheered me on. So real, bro. So real. You're saying it correctly. Okay. As long as I'm saying it correctly, that's what matters. Let's just do this one. Why not? Well, like I say, the most important thing is always having fun. Can't wait to see it. Hold on, I accidentally closed out of the activity feed. There we go. No doubt. I'll give you a smile that'll knock your socks off. It's me, the one and only Hot Rod. Jeez. I love it. What a great expression. Later, Barzensky and I checked out the article. You have a reading voice? What do you mean, Lunar? What do you mean? How does that make me lucky? This picture really makes my smile look radiant. I'm not half bad, if I do say so myself. Oh, look here. It mentioned you, trainer. It says my beautiful smile must be due to the trusting relationship I have with my trainer. I'm a little embarrassed. Just saying, I'm a little bit embarrassed. Don't be so modest. The reason I smile so much is because you support me. Marzensky's smiles now is just as dazzling as the one in the picture. Her stamina went up by 10. Guts went up by 10. Acquired Fast Learner. Fast Learner sounds like it would be pretty good, yeah? Because I can't do what you're doing. I'm just reading what's on my screen, bro. I don't know what you mean. I'm just reading. I'm just reading. Oh, wait, hold on. We might be able to get our speed up to at least a E. Or... would it go E? I don't know. I mean, maybe it goes to E because there is a G. You don't really see a G as like a ranking. So maybe it goes to an E. I don't know. We'll have to see.
気持ちよく走っちゃおうかな。
Bro, I was drinking water. I was drinking water, bro.
どうせトレーニングするなら楽しい時間にしたいわよね。
Oh, man, you almost killed me. You almost killed me, bro. Damn.
頑張るわ。
Energy went down by 20. Friendship went up by 4. One evening, I see Marzensky back to her dorm after the day's training runs a little longer than expected. Just after we say our goodbyes. Trainer Nexif, nice to see you. Are you heading home now? Yep.
なるほど。
I see. I just, meek off and... Oh no, did my internet just die? Bro, I think my internet just died. That's so Jover. Oh no, did it just die? Oh fuck, I don't know if my internet's back. Hello? I don't know if it's live. Let me pull it up. Did the stream crash? Wait, Lunar, can you guys hear me? Iris, Lunar. Hello, hello. Hopefully it's back. I apologize. I think my internet died for a second. I apologize. So when is D&D? D&D was yesterday, Switchy. Today's Tuesday. Mondays are my D&D days. That's really unfortunate that it went out. That really sucks. Hope you hiccup. Hear an X I do, and hear me loud and clear? Hell yeah. Glad to hear. I'll probably go for another half hour and then probably wrap it up there. I can feel that my throat is starting to definitely feel it from like all the narrating and all that. The title says D&D. Does it actually? It does. I think it's because the stream crashed. I apologize. Because I'm using Restream right now, so maybe like when it crashed, it went back to the original title. So that sucks. I apologize for that. Okay. But yeah, we'll go for another half hour and then probably wrap up there. Okay, but yes, thank you for letting me know that the title says D&D. It was not supposed to say it. I updated it when we first started, and I guess when it crashed, it went back. So yeah, appreciate you for letting me know. I hope that it wasn't like this the whole time over on YouTube too. Hold on, let me check YouTube. Nope, we're good. All right. As long as we're good on both platforms, that's what matters. All right, cool. But yeah, you guys didn't miss much. I just finished up the dialogue that was on that last stream, which was just me walking home with the other trainer. And yeah, here we are. We're at this. Yeah, you guys didn't miss anything. Anyways, we talk about various things on the way back to the dorms. Oh, hold on. I see Switchy's hydrate. Let me go ahead and do that real fast. Oh, I got an idea for him talking to the other trainer. Very cool. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate you. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be very useful for Merzensky's training. This contributed to her growth. Mood remains great. Skill points went up by 16. And friendship went up by 5. Very cool. Marvelous! You've truly shown your passion and enthusiasm for training horse girls. We shall therefore improve the training facilities. I look forward to your future successes. Speed training leveled up. Very nice, very nice. I head up to the roof to have a lunch meeting with Merzensky. Suddenly, we hear a small cry nearby. Huh? What's that voice? What are you doing there, Rice? Merzensky! Oh, well, I'm the last robber, you see? The last robber? Well, sorry, I misread that. When I asked her about it, she tells us that she's been playing cops and robbers with her friends. The last robber left. If I go to help, I might get caught. But I don't want to let my team down since they invited me to play. Ah, I see. So you're worried you might lose. Arzensky looks down at what appears to be the jail near the center of the courtyard. Hey, Rice, how many cops are down there? I think there's only one. Oh, perfect. Let an old hand give you a surefire strategy then. Would you prefer the more physical plan A or the strategic plan B? I have to choose? Which do you think is better? The thinking game, yes. Alrighty then. Let's go with the more tactical plan B. Lure the cop towards the top of the school buildings, then lose them in a dead end. Do you really think I could do that? Sure you can. You're great at planning a strategy, aren't you? As she says this, Marzensky holds Reischauer's hands tightly. It's going to be fine if you keep a cool head and think things through, okay? Okay. I'll do it. I should probably follow my own advice now that I've said it, huh? Afterward, we watch from the rooftop as Reischauer successfully saves her friends. Weight went up by 10. Very, very cool. Yes, yes, yes. How do I, That's not what I want. I don't know how you're doing. Because we got an outfit from one of those recreational things, so maybe I don't know where you're supposed to put that on. I'll have to figure that out later. Honestly, I kind of really want to get that speed up to an E. I'm hoping this is what you got to do. So let's try it. Let's try it. Success! We've got an E ranking in speed! Massive W. Our energy went down by 21. Our friendship went up by 4. And with Biwa by 7. Very cool. Very nice. Oh, Pika! I don't know if Pika is here, but we've got her girl here. I have no idea if Pika is alive. Hopefully she is. I know she likes to see her girly pop. Just as I'm walking by this dance studio. 1, 2, 3, right hand, and then left hand? After this is... cross my legs! Oh. Holy smokes, that was quite the tumble. You saw that, Teo? That is so embarrassing. I saw everything. You're practicing dancing for your winning concerts, right? If it's dancing you need help with, look no further than the invincible dance master. You'll help me? Oh, thank you, Teo. Hey, Master Teo? Leave it to me, Spay. Now, watch closely. This is my legendary Teo step. And that's it. Pretty simple, right? The part you've been having trouble with can be solved by... Whoop, doop, alley-oop. Whoop, doop, alley-oop. I see. I'll try that. Whoop, doop, alley-oop. Wait. Something's not right. It's less of a whoop and more of a shwoop. Shwoop! I'm so sorry. It's just your teaching is kind of funny. Huh? Really? Well, genius can manifest in peculiar ways. Although the peculiar way of teaching makes special weak laugh, she takes this lesson seriously. This is fun, but I still don't think I have the hang of it. I'm still not great at running either. No matter how far I go, never enough. I have a long way to go before I become the top racer in Japan. Even though this is all a lot of fun, I feel like I'm just wasting time. Well, I appreciate it, Ink. I will graciously take those greens and savor them with every last fiber of them. So, thank you very much, Ink. Much appreciated. Hey, Spade, don't you know why we are even having winning concerts? Actually, I really don't. Is it so we have a reason to get first place? And hopping back to go get more. W, I'm glad that Ink enjoys my VTuber model. I'm happy that a little Benoit enjoys it. Well, I know. Price gave me a hint. Making me a pile. Yeah, I'll just like, here, I got you. This is for Ink. There we go. I devoured that entire pile real fast. I spooked her. I'm sorry, Ink. I'm sorry. Poor Ink. Make sure you give Ink lots of head pats for me then. The reason is... Now, Teo. One should find the answer by themselves. Fell off the desk. Is she okay? Is Ink okay? Prez. She... Ha 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 ha. Is she okay? She's phoned, you think? Ink is one of Tay's bunnies. She was trying to come up and give me some of her treats. Special week. Finding your own reason is what's important. Look within yourselves and question why you perform. Okay, I will. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Murozensky's training. This contributed to her growth. Speed went up by 5. Stamina went up by 5. I need a clip for IRL. Jeez. I mean, good luck trying to find that. Good luck. Okay. Honestly, let's just keep speccing purely into speed. We gotta become really fast, bro. Wait, hold on. Am I able to... Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Friendship went... Marzinski's has been training hard for the Asahi High FS. So, what's up next for training? You're doing great. Let's stick with what's working. Our goal is G1 race, so wouldn't it be good to train a little harder? Hello, Marzin. Oh? I was watching you train. You're as amazing as ever. I hope you don't mind, but I was observing you train as well. These bright young students still get starry-eyed when they talk to Marzinski. Well, hello, Cheesecake. Hello, hello, hello. Hope she's doing good, and thank you, Recon, for the head pats. I appreciate you. Since transferring to the academy, Special Week has quickly become a promising up-and-comer, known for both her skill and friendliness. And Grass Wonder may seem quiet at first glance, but her powerful running is already considered top class. Your stride was powerful and your acceleration was fluid, but above all else, you looked like you were having a blast. Everyone's high expectations are what drive me to run my heart out. Actually, Marzensky, I have a favor to ask you. You want to run with me, right? Wow, that's right. You know me too well. Your eyes are so sparkly, it's easy to tell. Grass, you might be quiet, but you're also bubbling with eagerness. Oh, yes. Sorry to impose. Trainer, can I go with a run for these two for a little bit? I think racing with each other, with each of them in turn would make for a great training session. Of course, go for it. Thanks, I'm off then. Spe, Grass, your elder has a lot to teach you. I'm already taking notes. Alright, let's get out to the max, homegirls. Yes, girl. Get what? You heard her, Grass. Let's get amped. I was hoping to learn about running. To be young again. Let's run into the sunset like the end of a coming-of-age movie. Yes, into the sunset, Grass. But the sun is still directly overhead. I had so much fun training today. I used to wonder if it was okay for me to run not having a dream at all. But now, I love running ahead and leading the way for the cute younger students. It's all thanks to you, trainer, for always watching over me. I'm just glad to see you enjoying yourself. And I'll make sure you have lots of fun in return. Oh? What's that crowd over there? Something groovy happening? Are you saying that you intend to become the top Umamusume? Or Musume? I don't know, dude. That's why I just call it Horse Girl. I was reading and I got a little too like involved into the dialogue that I didn't automatically be like, oh, Horse Girl. Yes, I am prepared to devote my heart and soul to all leading horse girls forward. Yoo-hoo! Rudolph, are you doing an interview? Ah, Marzensky. I was just on my way back to the dorms, but then these reporters showed up. Simply, Rudolph, the student council president of Tracing Academy, is one of the stars of the Twinkle series. She's undefeated so far, and, like Marzensky, attracting a lot of attention. Back to the stream screen. She's like inch by inch getting closer. Don't spook her. I'm not gonna spook her, bro. Just imagine me giving her head pats. I see you're as popular as always, but I'm not going to stand by and let you win. Ah, Rod and the Emperor. I can't believe we've got these two highly renowned racers together like this. Simply, Rudolph. Please tell us what you think about Marzensky. I believe she is going to help make the Twinkle series very exciting. I'm expecting big things from her. I'm just running for the fun of it, but I can't help but feel happy to hear that. Do you think it's likely we'll eventually see a showdown between the two of you? A showdown? Like that femboy voice? What do you mean that femboy voice, dude? I don't got no femboy voice. Is not out of the question. If we both push ourselves forward, our paths will surely cross. I have no doubt that the day will come when we run together. Next, Pika and I said it earlier. What do you mean? We're looking forward to it. Is something wrong? No. I was just imagining it. Hey, trainer. Let's train a bit longer today. I was thinking of going for a drive, but now I feel like running. When you begged for me to come back to life, no, I'm not doing that shit again, bro. That actually hurt my voice. I'm not doing that again. Nah, you tripping, bro. That actually, like, really hurt my voice. I'm not doing that again. I'm good. Come on. We don't want to interrupt the interview. Let's go. Yeah, but it hurt my voice, dude. I'm not doing it again. She feels like running all of a sudden, doesn't she? I got my Nexi saving voice. What do you mean by that? What do you mean what do you mean by it? Got your Nexi saving voice? What does that mean? Oh, when I revived you with your rice? Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about then. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. I just realized all these workouts that I gotta do. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me go ahead and do those real fast. When you ate all the rice, yeah, I had to do a whole skit trying to save V because you decided to eat so much rice. Yeah, you almost killed V. You single-handedly almost caused this poor man to die, Tay. How do you feel? Yeah, that's even worse, bro. He needed that rice to survive. That's even worse, Tay.
It's been a year, Daddy. I really, really miss you.
Okay, there's the flanks. Hi, Ree. Ree, you came in at the end of stream, bro. Bro came in at the end of stream. That's crazy. L friend right here, bro. L friend. Imagine. Imagine. Two. Three. 4. 5. Bro. Forty, 45. Alright, planks are done. Bro.
Emotional damage.
Five. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. I did not. I went down, my booty cheeks touched my ankles. I did not. Marazinski's abilities and enjoyment are only increasing as she prepares for the Asahi High FS. Speed went up by 5.
よーし思いっきりかっ飛ばしちゃうわよ
Massive. We could probably do one more before I end stream.
やりましょう
Most likely. Energy recovered by 5. Massive W. After training, Marazinski talks with Ines. It seems that Marazinski has gained something. 2-hint the Let Slipstream. Friendship has increased by 5. Very, very nice. Is this today's training regimen? How interesting. Come now. Enough with your games. This can't be a real plan, can it? I know you must still be hiding some magnificent scheme that you sacrifice everything to develop. Well, it seems like I still have a ways to go. Wit went up by 2. Friendship went up by 7. One day after school. You're that model Gold City, aren't you? I've always wanted to meet you. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Sorry, I gotta get to training so we can chat another time. Then can I at least get your autograph? I have a magazine with your picture in it. Well, I don't really do that sort of thing at school, so, we don't have time for this today.
ちょいちょい
Whoa there, nuh-uh. Requests that still need to go through her agencies. City's a professional. If she handed out autographs like candy, she'd be in deep trouble. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. I'll just be going now.
サンキュー
You're a lifesaver. Thanks, Jordan. Girl, you're so bad at saying no. It's legit hilarious. Should have told her the truth. If you give out one autograph, you'll have the whole school flocking around you. Yeah. What was it she called me? That model? If that's still all people know me for, then I've got a lot of work to do. Alright, time to train. See ya.
よっしゃ
Go get him! Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful. This contributed. Energy recovered by 20. Nice. Insufficient fans. That's not good. Let's go ahead and level up our power real fast. Power went up to E. Very nice. They talk. Seems that they gained something. Speed Eater. Very, very nice. We're out shopping for shoes when we run into Trainer Kyrian and Happy Meek.
あの
Oh, if it isn't Trainer Nexus, are you buying shoes as well? You too. This game is sus. What? Because you just train horses to run? What do you mean it's sus? Of course, after all, a first-rate horse girl needs first-rate gear. I started looking through the shelves alongside an excited Trainer Kyrian. Look at me, it's those new shoes from the magazine. The performance is backed up by sports science and endorsed by top-level horse girls. I see. But from a comfort perspective, the shoes next to them are the way to go. This model has excellent cushioning and reduces strain on the legs. Considering your running style, these may be the better choice. Right. Abby Meek nods. She opens her mouth as if to speak, but closes it again without saying anything. I realize she's staring at something and follow her gaze to another pair of shoes. If my hunch is correct. Right. I've made up my mind. Could you wait here, Meek? I'm just going to go pay. Alright. Shouldn't you tell her that you wanted those shoes? Hi, Gigi. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming on in. I really appreciate you. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Appreciate you for stopping on by. No, it's alright. I'm happy with the shoes my trainer picked out for me. I know she's just thinking about what's best for me. She works really hard, you know. I'm doing good. I'm just playing our horse game and, you know, training up our girly pops, making them the best horses in the world. So that way I could get more money and create a whole monopoly off of, horse girls running and totally not rigging the system. So yeah, it's going great. So it's fine. I just thought those shoes looked like baguettes, that's all. She'll be happier if you're honest with her. Yeah, it's free and it's on Steam, it's on mobile. I highly recommend it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think I was gonna enjoy it, but there's so much comedy in this game and it's really fun. And you, dude, whenever you're watching your horse girls run, you're like, yeah, let's go. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like it for that. I enjoy it. You really think so? I'm a trainer too. I know these things. Thank you. I'll go and tell her. I'll definitely get it. Sounds good, man. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Sorry, Meek. I got so caught up in doing what I thought was best, I didn't even think to consider you. What's most important is that the shoes fit your desires. Asking you how you felt should have been the first thing that I did. Trainer. Let's go back to the store and choose again, shall we? This time, together. Thank you for looking out for me, Trainer Nexus. No problem. I also want to say, thank you. No problem, no problem. I got you. Don't even worry about it. From now on, I'll tell my trainer what I want when we are choosing shoes. Great for you. After seeing off Trainer Kieran, Merzensky and I pick out a pair of shoes that fit her preferences. Power went up by 10. Dude, I hate saying it because I know I always mess it up. Umamusume. Umamusume. Hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, let me just go ahead and type this out. Happy Meek isn't a real horse. Is that one of the fake horses that's like in the game? Dude, we don't have enough fans, bro. Why don't you have her race a little bit more? I definitely do that. Let's just do that. Why not? Okay. Perfect. Confirm. Let's go ahead and race. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Morozensky. Let's get this. Come on, girly. Are we ready? I surely am. We are number 8. Alright, we got this in the bag. Stretch out them legs, Murasaki. Downloading it now? Nice. That's awesome. We're about to do this really awesome race. We're gonna get a cool little concert afterwards. It's all gonna be great, man. Doing this for some fans. Here we go. One is pretty good, but we still have higher odds. Let's go, Marzensky! Let's go! Come on, get it, girl! Oh! Let's go! Come on, you got this! Look at her go! Oh, she's gapping them! Oh, no! Look at my girly pop go! Oh, I'm so proud! Oh, look at her go! Oh, this is so peak. Look at her go. Dude, she's putting good distance too. Oh man, dude. W. That's my girly pop up there, bro. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, oh, look at her go. Massive. She's gone. It's GG's. GG's, bro. GG's. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Look at that distance. Oh, GG's. Oh, oh man, dude. W. Massive W. Massive W, bro. That's my girly pop. That's my girly pop right there, bro. Look at her go. Massive, bro. Massive. We could watch the concert. Actually, hold on. How far away are we from, Oh, we still have 2 turns left. Okay. Victory is mine, trainer. There really is nothing better than placing first. I'm so happy I could burst. Were you watching? Did you see me run? Yeah, you did amazing. You did wonderful. So proud of you, Marzensky. So proud. I'm gonna say you were incredible. The other one, I don't know. Top one seemed pretty peak. I think I'll drop by a cafe and treat myself to a lemonade and tiramisu later. Sounds good. Coming with me, aren't you? Yeah, sure, I've got you, I've got you. Stamina went up by 5. Nice. Skill points went up by 30. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Gained 1 hint for a standard distance. Nice. Very nice. Ooh, hold on. Are we going to have enough fans for this? Oh, entry criteria met. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Has he completed a career yet? No, I have not. I've been yapping a lot today, so yeah, after this race, I'll probably wrap up for today, and we can't do it tomorrow because I got a collab tomorrow. Maybe on Friday because I got a collab on Thursday also. Maybe on Friday we can go ahead and can keep playing our awesome horse game. Yapping a lot is an understatement. Okay, pal. I had a great time, though. I had a wonderful time. Today's stream was a lot of fun. Oh, look, trainer. That cake is so fab. Oh my god, yeah. Looks like a disco ball, doesn't it? Even the cakes here are trendy. Yeah, I guess so. I must pull back the throttle. But he good at the yapping. Well, I appreciate it, Recon. I appreciate it. Oh, is that? Oh, it's Top Gun. I have to be the last one, the very last. Hey, Maya, what's the matter? You're all moaning and groaning. Oh, hey, Marzen. I screwed up. It's so nice to meet you. Your mood really seems to be all over the place. You wouldn't happen to be working on becoming a mature woman again, would you? That's right, that's exactly it. Right now I'm practicing how to wait. Need to train others to get a... I know, I've been busy training her. I literally have only done pretty much one thing today. I'm gonna be so real with you, dude. I've literally done one thing because I sit here, I read this, and then I go off a tangent for like 30 minutes. So yeah. Let's wait. For what? Glitter cake. I'm waiting until there's only one left. I want to eat that cake so bad, but mature women wait. Ah, so you're letting other people get theirs first? That's certainly very mature of you. But isn't standing around gawking at something you want to eat a little silly? I think you could use some adulting advice from a proper adult. I'm just gonna say she's the right person. I appreciate the nomination. If you ask me, going after what you want without thinking about it is the way to go. Really, even as an adult. You don't wait for others to get theirs first? Of course, it'd be unbecoming of an adult to take everything for themselves. But when something you like is in front of you, even adults can get a little excited. Wow. If someone's super duper mega mature like you says so, it has to be true. What do you mean by super duper mega mature? Anyways, time to pull out of this holding pattern. And off she goes. When she's set on something, she falls through in a flash. Is that the power of youth? If so, I'm not about to lose. Wait up, Maya. I want some cake too. So Marzensky and Mayano Top Gun enjoy their cakes together. Mood remains great. Speed went up by 5, and skill points went up by 10. Massive W. Alright, let's go ahead and have her rest up for this race that's coming up. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that was good. Trainer! Thanks for giving me a break and some good rest. I've got a full tank and my engine is revving. So come on! Let's put the pedal to the metal and go, go, go! I know I will find it in a minute. I just want to get this race. One night at the training track. Whew! Alright, I hit my target. Time for a break. Oh, City, you're still at it this late? Huh? Oh, you can know. Yeah. And I still have more to go. I lost big time in class the other day. It was a bit of a wake-up call. So that's why you're pushing yourself. I've got a lot to learn from you. Huh? You've got it backwards, if anything. I mean, I lost. And it doesn't matter if I push myself if I end up losing anyways, you know? You think so? But I really admire your tenacity. Win or lose, I think the way you run is just swell. Am I being too forward for the city folk? Sorry. No, it's fine. Thank you, Yukino. I feel better. Okay, time to get back to it. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful. Yep. And then energy by 10. Stamina went up by 10. Very, very nice. Alright, here we go. Let's get this race. Can we, yeah, no, we can't do anything right here. Let's go ahead and enter that. Finally, the day of the futurity. I'm not even gonna say it, bro. I'm just gonna skip it. Arrives to decide the junior year champion. There's something about the track at a G1 race that feels so different. It even affects how I feel when I run. Are you nervous? Of course not. I'm so excited I can't stay still. I've done a lot of training and I am feeling like the bee's knees right now. It should be the best race ever. I'm itching to get out there and run. And have fun out there. Yeah, I'm going to start off with a bang. Wow, the G1 paddock really looks totally rad from this side. I'll have to show them some incredible racing to match all this flair. Arzensky, I can't wait to race against you today. Oh, I'm excited too. How's the game? It's going really good. I've been having a lot of fun. I've been having a blast playing a lot of the horses and yeah, I love all the comedy in it. But how you doing, Stan? Thank you so much for coming on, and I really appreciate you for stopping on by. Hope you're having a wonderful day, man. With everyone calling you Hot Rod, I knew I'd see you here. That's why I've been training harder than ever before. That's why I'm not going to lose. Oh, well, I'll be full steam too. So let's make this a super fun race. Yeah, it will be really something to remember. The runners of today's main race will soon be entering the paddock. Alright, here we go. Do we have anything better? Nope. Alright. Here we go. Yep. Come on, Marazensky. Let's go. Let's get this. Come on. I believe in her. I'm putting all my money right on them. Blah, 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 blah. I can't speak anymore. I'm putting all my money right on to Marazensky. I really believe in you. Come on, girly pop. You got this in the bag. Let's go, Marazensky. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow, Marzensky! Woo! We got this in the back. gotten done with the tutorial. This game is so good. Gold ship is my goat. Real, bro, real. Yes, sir, V. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, she got some, okay, stats. Let me go ahead and move my cursor. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, we got this in the bag. Come on. Let's go, girly pop. Let's go, girly pop. Let's go, girly pop. Let's go, girly pop. Come on, you got this in the bag. Come on, you got this. Take first. Oh, there we go. Come on, push it. Push it, push it, push it. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, put some distance between the second and third. Come on, you got this in the bag. Come on, Marzensky. Come on, I believe in you. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. She's pushing ahead. She's pushing ahead. Come on, you got this in the bag. Come on. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, you're a quarter of the way there. Come on, you got to keep on pushing. Got to keep on pushing. Come on, push yourself in overdrive. Come on, you got this in the bag. Come on. I really believe in you. You're doing great. Come on, you're slaying up there. Come on, you're holding first. You're holding first. Come on. Come on, she's pushing up on you. Come on, come on. Don't let her push. Don't let her push. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You got this in the bag. Come on, I believe in you. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Put it in the bag. Come on, give me that W. Let's go. Come on, Maru. Yes, sir. Come on, push it. Push it, push it, push it, push it. Yeah. You got this in the bag. Come on. Come on. She's pushing. She's pushing. She's putting some good distance. Come on. You got this in the bag. Come on. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Hold that first position. You got this in the bag. I believe in you. You're doing great. Come on. Keep on going. Keep on going. You're going in. You're right there at the finish. Come on. 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 You got this in the bag. Come on, Marzensky. Come on. Come on. You got this in the bag. I believe in you. You're doing great. You slay. Come on. Oh, give me that first place. Yes, sir. Give me that first place. Woo! Dude, I love this game. This game is so peak. This game is so peak. I love this game. I know, dude. That second place was right out there, dude. That was way too close. Way too close for comfort. I was like, nah, bro. Stay back, stay back. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Dude, that was close. That was really close. Literal milliseconds away from that. We gotta jam out to the horse girl singing, bro. Come on. I gotta see some bunny twerks in the chat. Come on, we got some awesome music playing. I hope it's not copyrighted because I'm streaming over on YouTube. I'm crossing my fingers. Throw back. Oh, 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 oh. Throw that ass in a circle. 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 You don't think it is? Okay. As long as it's not copyright. Dude, I have a headache from bouncing around that much, bro. I'm not built like I used to be, bro. I can't be bouncing around like that. It's not going well for me. That chick that's to my left, or that one, she looks pretty cool. Motion sickness, yeah. That chick looks pretty sick though. But yeah, GG's. Massive W, massive. Round of applause, round of applause. I got a new song. Wow, thank you. And I got a trophy. Massive W. We got up to bronze. Woo! Huge. So slay. Oh, trainer. How did I do? Wasn't it the best I've shown yet? I can't read anymore. I think this is a good time to be wrapping up. Holy. I've reached the point where, like, I'm struggling to read. You feel me? Like, after a certain amount of time of streaming, because I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours, it's just like, you know, the back of my throat starts to really feel it. Especially because, you know, like, I get, like, really, you know, hyped up during the horses racing, or whenever I'm reading and trying to, like, read it out loud. That's when I start tripping over my own words. And then it's like, damn, that's embarrassing. You look like you were having a great time. I will. I'm just in the middle of talking to my girly pal. Yeah, I don't think I've ever run with my pedal to the metal like that before. Dude, she did great, though. She was holding first the entire race. She did wonderful, man. I'm proud of her. Round of applause for Marzan. Massive W. I'm sure the fans and the younger students could feel the excitement. Now it's time to move on to the classic year. There are even more fun races ahead of us. And that means we're aiming for the classic races, right? After the way she ran today, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll hold her own in the classics. So it makes sense that we aim for the race many consider to be the prelude. Let's take on the spring stakes. Oh, so there's an order that you have to follow? I'm down with that. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to seeing what it'll be like. On that note, looks like I have an interview now. I'll see you later. You did a great job. Here, have some water and relax a bit. Trainer. She's way faster than rumors suggested, like, she's a monster. A few days after finishing the big run. Marzensky, last race of yours was downright amazing. Just watching it got me all worked up. I had to do a few laps around the track myself afterwards. Spay, calm down. Take a deep breath. Okay. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. That really was a great race, Marzan. You showed us what we all should really be striving for. I'm honored to hear you say so. From here on out, I'm going to keep showing you my best. I look forward to watching and learning even more from you. Oh, there she is. Marzensky, we'd love to have a word with you. Please tell us about your stunning run in the Asahi High. Of course. Wow, look at all those reporters. She really is someone we can look up to. Thanks for waiting, trainer. You must be tired after all these interviews. Yeah, with all this press coverage, I didn't have time to train today. It's not that I don't like it, but I really wanted to cut loose and run some more. She just wants to run all the time. She really does love it from the bottom of her heart. Oh, that racer over there ran with me in the Asahi High. Trainer, I need to talk to you about the next race. Is something wrong? What is it? She heard about me and came to challenge me in the Asahi High. She told me how hard she trained and how she wouldn't lose. Sounds like a serious rival. A rival. Yeah, a rival. That's why the races are so fun. But for some reason, she seems down in the dumps. Okay, I'm going to drop some encouragement on her, like a true rival should. Trainer, please let me drop out of the next spring stakes. Drop out? Are you serious? I heard that Marzensky is scheduled to run. I know it's pathetic to say this, but it's hard to run when you know you can't win. I'm honestly surprised you would feel that way, but I understand. Let's find a race that better suits you. She's dropping out. Because of me? That same power of Marzensky that makes fans love her seems to leave a wholly different impression on other runners. Marzensky. Aha! Well, every race is important for us. It's only natural to be careful when choosing the races you run. Let's keep that in mind moving forward, Sharon. I'm taking off. See you tomorrow. As she runs off, Marzensky's stride somehow doesn't seem as flamboyant or as buoyant as it usually is. Speed went up by 3. Stamina went up by 3. Power went up by 3. Guts went up by 3. Wit went up by 3. Skill points went up by 45. Gained 1 hint level for productive plan. Friendship with Akikawa went up by 4. Very cool. Alright. Okay, let's go ahead and save and exit out of that. That's where we're going to be wrapping it up.
ミッションも達成したの
Alright, we got some carrots from that. Go ahead and claim that. And then let's go ahead and claim that. Claim all that. Claim all that.
ほら
And then go to here. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
どうぞごゆっくりご覧ください
Okay. We already have McQueen. You know what? This is for Pika. I don't know if Pika is here right now, but Pika really likes Special Week. Pika really likes Special Week. So I'm tempted to do this for Pika. I'll do it for Pika. I got you, Pika. I don't know if you're here right now, girly pop, but I got you, bro. I have no idea if Pika's here right now. Rudolph is OP. Hopefully I can pull. Shidu Bakushin Gaming. What do you mean by that? Also, welcome on in. How you doing? You're doing well. But I'll try to get Rudolph next time switching. I was mostly doing that one for, because I know that's Pika's favorite.
ありがとうございます
So I was trying to get that for Girly Pal. Oh, I went from level 2 to level 7. Dang.
おめでとうございます
Wait, am I able to gamble? Hopefully I can. I can. Hold on. I'm gonna gamble. I gotta gamble, bro. Come on, give me something good. Silver, 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 silver. Oh my lord, bro. I got, bro. If you just train only speed, really? It switches tomorrow. So what are you? Do you get another one? Or oh, the gambling switches tomorrow, or like what switches out tomorrow? I don't want any more gold ships, bro. I don't want more. Try 22nd. So it's not this. What switches out?
タキオンさんって優しいわよね
Oh, we got another thing right here.
くれるしお役立ちグッズもくれるし
There we go. Boogie. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Boogie. Well, thank you guys very, very much for coming on in. It really means a lot. You guys are all very cool, very awesome. But yeah, we're gonna be ending here. My voice is hurting, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I'm ready to rest my voice. But yeah, I see that Kitty is live. We can go ahead and drop you guys off over at Kitty's stream. But bye, Recon. Thank you guys, as always, you guys. All that yapping from before, yeah, dude. Because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I know a stream crashed at like around the 4-hour mark, which, or maybe it was a little bit before. I don't remember exactly. That kind of sucked, but yeah, it's fine. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna drop you guys off over at Kitty's stream. Kitty's really awesome. She's our hype mom. But yeah, just make sure you guys are nice to her. Be nice to her. Arcane, they're both very awesome. No, you only stream for an hour. Yeah, I totally didn't stream for 4.5 hours. Totally not. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming on in. It really means a lot. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your guys' day. I will be live a little bit later tomorrow, or we're gonna be live at 4 p.m. PST because we have a awesome collab tomorrow. Join the Discord if you have not joined already. Let me go ahead and plug the Discord real fast before we raid on out of here. Come join the Discord if you have not joined. And yes, have a wonderful rest of you guys' day. I really appreciate you guys. Just a reminder, tomorrow's stream is a little bit delayed. And yeah, very awesome, very cool, very slay. Yeah, goodbye, everyone. Sweet dreams, sleep well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye.